Chapter 1269. The exiled fairy Xianxia was the #1 cultivator from 20 years ago. She was a mystical woman who had left behind many legends. Her return caused a great commotion and became the focus of everyone's discussion. Ever since this group of cultivators entered the city, the guide had never appeared. However, the moment the exiled fairy arrived, he treated her in a new light and personally came to the mansion. Where did she come from? This was everyone's question. After stepping on the ancient path, one could not turn back to attack the latecomers, nor could they re-enter the trial field. There was no meaning in turning back. Could it be the origin of the Tao? Those who stepped on the ancient path were all extraordinary. Ordinary heavenly treasures were no longer of interest to them. Only immortal items like these could tempt people. It's most likely because of this item. That cultivator named Yi Fan is in trouble. Who would have thought that the exiled fairy obtained the divine light platform and could reverse the situation? With her prestige and strength, who could oppose her? A few people discussed in private, feeling that there would be a good show in the near future. The trial field of blood and fire left a shadow of death for people, but there was also the appearance of a heaven-defying Tao source. This affected everyone's nerves. Even if the exiled fairy Xianxia didn't appear, people believed that there would be other disturbances. It was impossible to calm down just like this. Especially since the Tao source didn't approve of Yi Fan, this meant that others still had a chance. It even made the natives of the city jealous. In this kind of atmosphere, someone could suddenly rise up at any time to rob and kill. Many people were waiting for this scene to appear. You all don't understand Fairy Xianxia. She has a kind of divine-like transcendence, like the reincarnation of a fairy from the upper world. She wouldn't make things difficult for Yi Fan. That's not her style. The elder in the city shook his head and made such a judgment. The Tao source can help one achieve the Tao in the future. Who wouldn't be tempted in this world? This is an item that can steal the fortune of the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength to fight for it. The reason why the exiled fairy returned at this time is obvious. Naturally, there were also people who scoffed at this. In front of such a world-defying Tao treasure, what kind of transcendence could there be? The undercurrents in the second human city surged. It seemed calm, but it contained a wave of murderous intent. No one in the city dared to brazenly seize the Tao source. However, it was hard to predict a person's heart. Perhaps a disaster might occur unknowingly. Cold moonlight cascaded down. This was already the second night. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the courtyard. The crown of his head was sparkling and translucent. His hair flowed through his hair, absorbing the astral light in the air as he tempered his immortal foundation. You won't be able to suppress it for much longer. It's time for you to choose an enormous and extraordinary life emperor star to become a saint. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. Longma reminded. 10 years ago, Yi Fan was already a half-saint, and he only lacked a hearty battle of life and death before he could become a saint, but he was forcefully suppressed by him. After 10 years of conquest and 10 years of bloody battles, he had learned many things. In the depths of the ancient path of the starry sky, there was an ancient land prepared for those who had achieved the Tao. Becoming a saint in that special star region would bring great benefits. Xiao! Suddenly, a sharp immortal radiance pierced over, aiming straight for the back of the head of Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat in the courtyard. Someone had come to assassinate him. Longma stood up, the scales on his body releasing kongqiang sounds. A scarlet multicolored light shot out, blocking out this immortal radiance, completely erasing it. However, right at this moment, the sound of a dam bursting rang out. The sky became hazy as primal chaos mist surged down, covering the sky and earth. Who is it? Longma shouted loudly. There was an unknown character who took action, wanting to deceive everything here, severing the connection with the outside world. He sent out many experts to kill Yi Fan and the others. A black cloud drifted past. The nearby houses felt a sense of pressure. Many people felt trepidation and couldn't help but look outside, yet they didn't discover anyone. After an unknown amount of time, a loud sound rang out from the courtyard Yi Fan was in. A corner of the formation was torn apart and primal chaos surged out like a tidal wave. Under the rumbling sounds, many buildings were turned into flying ashes. Miserable cries rang out one after another as a rain of blood scattered about. Some of the residents in the surroundings were also affected. Pooh! In the dark night, everyone saw Yi Fan take action. He rushed out from the primal chaos mist and fought a great battle in the sky. His body was covered in quite a bit of blood. Everyone was horrified. This battle had probably already continued for a period of time, reaching its climax. Only now did someone notice it. Longma was also roaring angrily, fighting against the holy beast. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Yi Fan fought with everything he had, blasting a person apart in the sky. A rain of blood scattered about. Then, he brandished a spear, continuously nailing 7 or 8 people to death. His methods were cold, bloody, and ruthless. An indistinct figure withdrew. A total of more than 10 people were killed in the sky. Their corpses fell, heaven and earth shaking. The great battle might have already been going on for a period of time. Only now did we notice that someone used primal chaos to conceal this place. Yi Fan fought until the final moment, and only then did he break through the terrifying formation and mist. He experienced a trial of life and death, and only now did he rush out. Saint blood. There are saints among the dead. Everyone was shocked. A total of more than 10 people had been killed, and there were saints among them. This was an extremely terrifying force, but even so, Yi Fan still killed a way out. Who caused trouble and violated the city's rules? The commander guarding the ancient city rushed over immediately. His movements were extremely swift, but the battle had already ended. Longma grimaced in pain. There were also many injuries on Yi Fan's body. His face was calm as he gazed in the direction the indistinct figure left in. He didn't say anything. Many people were apprehensive. Even someone as powerful as him was injured. It could be seen how terrifying the battle just now was. It seemed that the leader who escaped was definitely an exceptional expert. Why did you fight? Someone tried to assassinate me. What clues did you find? The great commander of the city hurried over with 20 soldiers. His expression was strict as he questioned Yi Fan. He only left after a long time. The chaotic energy scattered and starlight sprinkled down. A long time had already passed, but Yi Fan still stood on the ruins without moving. His expression was very cold and unsightly. The assassin wasn't a trial taker. These people had never seen him before. It was obvious that some power in the city had come to assassinate him. There were many reasons, but the most likely one was to seize the Tao origin. Wengzheng sounds rang out. Strands of divine radiance shot out from Yi Fan's body. Golden blood energy pervaded the air as he circulated the secret character, healing his true body in an instant. The night passed quickly. In the morning, everyone in the city knew about this matter. Yi Fan had been attacked. No one knew how powerful the enemy was, but there was saint blood as proof. It was enough to prove how terrifying the attacker was. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The great commander of the city personally led the soldiers to patrol the area to prevent an even more intense incident from happening. Meanwhile, the guide envoy also appeared. He stood silently on the battlefield for a moment before slowly disappearing. He was very concerned about this matter and gave the order to strictly investigate. Someone wants to muddy the waters and make things difficult for the guide envoy. This will make it difficult for the exiled fairy Xianxia to act forcefully. Even if the assassination failed, they have achieved their goal. A few people came to this conclusion. Yi Fan also began to laugh coldly. The waters had become muddy. The attitude of those who came for him would become subtle because of this matter. They wouldn't dare to act unrestrained. There were disadvantages and advantages. 2 days passed just like that. The city was still rather calm, but the guide envoy didn't give the order to open the archaic Tao right and let the trial takers in. The exiled fairy has appeared. She wants to have a small gathering with old friends in Jade Wave Immortal Forest. When the time comes, she will also invite a few trial takers. This type of news spread around that day. Many people spread it, especially the youngsters in the city. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to obtain a quota to enter. For those who had seen Xianxia before, this was a true exiled fairy. She was elegant and aloof, possessing a divine nature. She was rarely seen in this world and exceptionally stunning. Yi Fan received the invitation. He looked at the invitation card in his hands. The graceful youngster on the card was like a type of immortal Tao precious mark that seeped out from the paper. He didn't refuse. He rode on Longma and arrived at the streets, heading towards Jade Wave Immortal Forest. This was a famous place that none of the natives didn't know about. Quite a few people received the invitation and headed in that direction. There were some who spoke softly, and some who sighed in sorrow. Fairy Xianxia truly leaves one in awe. Through her handwriting, I can feel a type of immeasurable cultivation. It wasn't done intentionally and was just natural writing. However, the graceful and small characters couldn't help but contain a type of Tao essence. Even her little maid became a saint, so how terrifying do you think she is? Her strength is simply unimaginable. In this group of trial takers, I believe the number of people who can take 3 moves from her can be counted on one hand. Jade Wave Immortal Forest was an ancient land in the city. There were all types of strange ancient trees planted here. It was verdant and full of spiritual essence, occupying an extremely large area. This street was extremely wide, and there were many people coming and going. This was especially the case today when Jade Wave Immortal Forest had a gathering. A few strange beasts carried experts over. Ow-ho! A loud roar sounded. The street was thrown into chaos. This was the roar of a desolate beast, rough and domineering. A wave of bloodiness swept through the streets, leaving everyone shaken. A group of knights rushed over. There was no one who didn't move out of the way, not willing to clash with them. The entire street was trampled and rumbled like thunder. It's the 9-devil Qilin tiger. Who would have thought that it would really be subdued by them? This is a descendant of a desolate beast with the true blood of a white tiger and Qilin flowing through its veins. The descendants of the old commander are indeed extraordinary. They actually subdued 9 such young beasts from the starry skies. When they grow up, they will have immeasurable value. A few people whispered. They were all shocked. A desolate aura assaulted their faces, and the smell of blood was terrifying. 9 existences that looked like Qilins and white tigers ran madly on the street. Strong winds whistled, scattering the clouds. Yifan glanced back and saw this scene. The 9 desolate beasts were opening the way in front. Even though they hadn't grown up yet, they were already enormous. They were snow-white and had sinister scales. Their bloody mouths were terrifying. Behind them were some young people, and they all seemed to have extraordinary statuses. A man with a golden crown and tied-up hair was the leader. He was riding on a strange beast, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the 9 beasts in front of him. Yifan discovered that there were a few familiar faces. Guan Cheng and the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven's Wasteland were beside this person. The group of people looked over with unfriendly expressions. The second leader's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Yifan. He then transmitted his voice, seemingly saying something to these people. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair looked over. Following that, the group of mounts charged forward as if they wanted to trample over Yirua and his mount. Yifan sat on the longma without moving. When he saw the dozen or so mounts charging over, he let out a shout and activated the heavenly swastika. The distance wasn't very far. The mounts that were charging over were all shocked. They all neighed and stood on their hind legs, almost sending the group of people flying off. You! Many people were shocked and angry. They strenuously stopped their mounts, but since they didn't see Yifan attack, they couldn't act out. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair waved his hand and didn't let them say anything. The dozen or so mounts stopped here and looked over coldly. So you are Yifan. As expected, your aura is extraordinary and you are a hero. No wonder you dared to defy the heavens and suppress the origin of the Tao. The golden-haired man said. As his eyes flickered, strands of divine radiance appeared. Chapter 1270. Yifan did not want to have too much interaction with them, because Guan Cheng and the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were here, causing this group of people to be hostile towards him. He nodded and urged his horse to leave. There was no need to be hostile at this time. They would meet on the battlefield sooner or later. What arrogance, does he really think he is? A young man said sinisterly after seeing him leave. Yifan's hearing was extremely sharp, having long since cultivated the heavenly eye and clairaudient. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes shooting out 2 resplendent golden radiance. This person's heart immediately palpitated, his expression abruptly changing. He wanted to loudly berate to relieve the pressure, because he felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. However, at this moment, he felt his chest stifled and his throat tasted sweet. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he almost fell off his horse, his body swaying. Everyone was alarmed and their expressions changed. This group of people each had a great background. Today, there was actually someone who dared to oppress them with such an imposing manner, causing one of them to spit out blood. The pedestrians on the street all revealed shocked expressions. There was a clamor. This group of people were about to rush over, their mounts roaring and surging with battle intent. The man with the golden crown raised a hand and stopped them. A strand of cold lightning flashed through his eyes as he said, "Don't be rash." The others endured after seeing this. They sat upright on their strange beasts and followed his lead because this person's background was extraordinary. Many people on the street also knew the background of the man with the golden crown. He was the retired old commander's great-great-grandson, Yan Qifeng. His aptitude in cultivation was extraordinary. Even though the old commander no longer cared about worldly affairs, his influence was still incomparably great after so many years, causing all the powers to feel restraining fear. They naturally thought highly of his beloved great-grandson. Yi Fan gave them a cold glance and turned around to leave, no longer paying attention to them. "We can't let him leave so arrogantly and calmly," Guan Cheng said coldly. He and Yan Qifeng were old acquaintances. Yan Qifeng's body was robust. He sat on a tall savage beast with a dazzling golden crown on his head and a scarlet golden war god whip on his back. He didn't say anything. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven desolation had a sinister look in his eyes as he said, "We cannot let him develop an invincible aura of supremacy." One of the people in the crowd shouted, and a few godho in front of him immediately stood up. They roared and pounced forward. "Brother Guan, how amazing were you 20 years ago? Yet you were defeated by that person. Today, you're being suppressed by him again. Let's see how we're going to avenge you." Other than their mounts, these people also brought some beasts with them. At this moment, they were all galloping forward. The golden-crowned man didn't restrain the 9-born devil Qilan tiger and let the 9 wild beasts move at the same time. They were the kings of the battle beasts. Their roars were like thunder as they pounced towards Yi Fan and Longma. The group of people sneered. Even if they couldn't make a move due to the city's rules, they still wanted to make Yi Fan look miserable so that he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was just a beast riot. The expressions of the people on the street all changed. They didn't dare to block him and all moved out of the way, fearing that a disaster would befall them. These people were all sitting on the wild beasts, quietly waiting to see a joke. Yi Fan suddenly turned his horse around and took out a large bow that was half the height of a person. Without any hesitation, he drew the bow and shot a white bone arrow. A white light pierced through the sky, followed by a splatter of blood. The ancient beast at the very front was pierced through between its eyebrows. It whimpered and fell into a pool of blood. Roar! The wild beasts rushed forward. Even though the 9-born devil Qilan tiger hadn't matured yet, it already possessed the aura of a beast king. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, and half of the city was rumbling. This was a terrifying beast. It was a war pet that Yan Qifeng had subdued from the depths of the cosmos. Once it grew up, it would be a peerless aide. Yi Fan was as still as a boulder. He didn't even blink as he shot arrow after arrow. The white light flourished and his aura was like a torrential ocean. His movements were too fast, and no one could stop him. He was as swift as lightning as he shot out white bone arrows made from the bone spurs of sacred beasts. Pft, pft. Bloody and ruthless, more than 10 bone arrows shot out with vast and mighty divine might. They tore through the sky and pierced through the 6 strange beasts, nailing them to the ground, dripping with blood. Only a few unbearable war beasts lagged behind and didn't rush forward. They escaped this calamity and scuttled back with their tails between their legs. The streets were deathly silent, quiet to the extreme. No one expected Yi Fan to be so decisive and merciless, shooting the wild beasts like thunder in the middle of the street. The masters of the war beasts all sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions ugly. They thought that Yi Fan would only order the wild beasts to retreat and put them in a sorry state. They didn't expect him to be so cold and unrestrained. "You are so ruthless. Killing people in the city, violating the city's rules and committing a capital crime," someone shouted. Yan Qifeng's expression was as gloomy as water. The 9-born devil Qilan tiger was his beast pet. In order to obtain it, he had spent too much energy and fought against adult wild beasts in the cosmos. It was extremely dangerous. Now it was actually killed by someone. It was like a slap to his face. The streets were very quiet, the pedestrians all moving back. They all knew that the old commander's great-great-grandson wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that he was being opposed in public, it was likely that things wouldn't end well. What happened? The soldiers in the city rushed over, shouting loudly. Yi Fan's expression was calm, not saying a word. The group of people behind revealed killing intent in their eyes, as if they were going to rush over. Yan Qifeng's expression was dark and clear. In the end, he calmly replied, "Nothing much. My war pet was startled and almost injured someone. It was killed on the streets." The dozen or so soldiers let out a long breath. They were really afraid that Yan Qifeng wouldn't let this matter go and blow things up. If that happened, there would be quite a bit of trouble. The old commander's descendant is indeed extraordinary. A soldier cupped his fists and then left, not interfering too much. Yi Fan turned his horse around and headed towards the Jade Wave Immortal Forest. What happened on the streets naturally spread. Many people were speechless. Dark clouds were gathering densely and the atmosphere was tense. Yet something like this actually happened. I'm going to participate in this small gathering. Something is most likely going to happen. Yan Qifeng will most likely step onto the ancient starry path because of this. He has been hibernating for so many years. It's about time for him to make a move. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters in the city. It was naturally a rare sight. There were majestic mountain peaks, strange ancient trees, murmuring streams, and faint bird cries. It was an exceptionally transcendent scene. Yi Fan got off his horse in front of the mountain gates. He handed over the invitation and directly entered. He passed through an ancient forest and arrived in front of a mountain region that was covered in lush green grass and blossoming flowers. On the cliffs, green pines stood tall and straight. Clear springs surged and cascaded down, turning into multicolored waterfalls that were enshrouded in mist. There were a few people sitting cross-legged in front of the fragrant grass. There were jade tables placed in front of them, and on them were spirit fruits and fine wine that flickered with a sparkling luster. In front of them, there was a quick-witted young lady playing the zither. Her slender jade-like fingers were nimble as she played an extremely sweet-sounding zither sound. As if she sensed that many cultivators had arrived, she began to earnestly pluck the zither. Strands of immortal music flowed, brushing past hundreds of flowers. They instantly bloomed and streaked across the clear spring. Dense steam rose and scattered into the sky, attracting all types of birds that danced around her. Many cultivators were alarmed. There were no fluctuations of Tao force, only a clear and ethereal zither rhythm, yet it was able to create this type of scene. Yi Fan was startled. He then remained silent for a long time. He thought of a person who was ethereal like an immortal, transcending the mortal world. A single zither sound could cleanse the mortal world. Unfortunately, it was hard to meet him again. He personally sent that person on his way, ending his life. I'm a pitiful fish. After so many years, I struggled to jump up again and again. Each time, I thought that I had broken free from that river. These words were still by his ears. Even if it was from an enemy, it was still unforgettable. My playing isn't good. I've made a fool of myself. Oh, the young miss is here. This quick-witted young lady stood up and twirled a lock of her beautiful hair with her finger. She was also very lively as she stood at the side. Miss Linger is too modest. The sound of the zither caused hundreds of flowers to bloom, tens of thousands of birds to fly, and the earth to surge with rosy clouds. How many people can compare to this kind of phenomenon? Wonderful music moves the heaven and earth. How many people can hear it in this world? Everyone sincerely sighed in admiration. The young lady smiled faintly in embarrassment and said, "What does my zither sound count for? The young missus is the one that has attained the Tao. A single song from her can make rotten bones glow with life." A woman walked over and interrupted her words, saying, "Linger is being mischievous again. Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense." Without a doubt, she was Fairy Xianxia. Her figure was graceful, and the immortal mist that lingered around her dispersed, revealing her fairy-like appearance. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was exceptionally beautiful. When she smiled, her smile was warm and amiable. Her fine black hair was like a mirror, and her black eyebrows were curved. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her eyes contained a poetic charm. There was a type of spirituality that could see through the mortal world. I've heard that 20 years ago, Fairy's flute music pierced through the heavens, causing 4 saints to instantly transform into the Tao. It was truly shocking, said an elder. When everyone heard this, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. Fairy Xianxia was a peerless beauty. Even if she was more outstanding than other beauties, she still wouldn't make people's hearts palpitate with eagerness. After all, the cultivators present had reached this realm and had seen many beautiful women in the sea of people. However, she had a special temperament. The more one looked at her, the more extraordinary she seemed. Her beauty was compatible with the Tao, and she emitted an aura that made one feel intimate and tranquil. One couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Her figure was tall and slender, and her fairy-like appearance was brilliant. Her arms were flawless, and her chest was full. Her waist was slender and round, and her legs were straight and slender. Her steps were light and agile, and it was as if she was walking on water. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was elegant and otherworldly. These are all rumors, and they can't be taken seriously, said Xianxia with a friendly smile. She invited the cultivators present to take a seat, and she greeted both old friends and newcomers that she hadn't met before. She didn't treat anyone coldly. At this time, Yan Qifeng, Guan Chang, and the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland had also arrived. They stood quite a distance away from Yi Fan and looked at him coldly. Fairy Xianxia had invited quite a few people, and the overall atmosphere was cheerful and enthusiastic. There were famous figures in the city, such as the great commander and the masters of a few great clans. There were also newly advanced experts. Not long after, the leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland, Gu Ling, also arrived. He didn't come with Yan Qifeng and the others, which surprised Yi Fan. As for Tuoba Yu, Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, Oyemo, Mu Guanghan, and the others, they were also invited. They had arrived a long time ago and were sitting among the flowers and grass. Hey, we came for you. All right, since we have a request, we have to give benefits first. A lively divine will secretly transmit it over. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect Fairy Zhi's little maid to be like this. She acted as if she was familiar with him and wanted to tell him some things. I heard that you've pretty much killed the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland. I suggest that you don't kill them all, especially the first two. She transmitted her voice softly. Why? Yi Fan asked. They are the 13 retainers of the great demonic god in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. If the great demonic god knows that you've killed them all, even if he doesn't do it himself, he can just give an order to make your path overflow with blood. Who is the great demonic god? How frightening is he? Yi Fan's heart was moved. The little maid seemed to have a headache and murmured. She rubbed her forehead with her slender hand and frowned. Oh heavens, you don't know anything. Which star field did you come from? Has there not been a single senior to guide you? The great demonic god is a young man called Gu Huang. He caused many heroes on the path ahead to be helpless. Perhaps he's invincible in the entire ancient heaven path. Seriously speaking, apart from a few people, no one can contend against him. By the way, the group of trial takers with you, such as Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, Tuoba Yu, and Mu Guanghan, are not simple people. They are all related to some of the people ahead, the little maid said with a headache. In truth, Xianxia's return this time is mainly for the Tao origin. At this time, Fairy Zhi spoke. Everyone was startled. They didn't think that she would bring it up in front of so many people. With her intelligence, this shouldn't be the case. Chapter 1271. The atmosphere in the Jade Wave Immortal Forest was a little strange. No one expected Fairy Xianxia to be so direct. With her natural disposition, she shouldn't be like this. Why was she like this? Gazes shot over and concentrated on Yi Fan. His expression was calm and unperturbed. He didn't express anything, as if he was listening to something that had nothing to do with him. A gentle breeze blew past. Thousands of petals fell from the ancient trees in the mountains. They were sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. They sprinkled down like rain, filling the entire garden with their fragrance. Clear springs gurgled down the cliffs, splashing up waves of dense multicolored mist. The ancient pines were rooted between the cracks of the stones, making this place seem extraordinarily magnificent. Brother Yi, please forgive me for taking the liberty to mention this matter. Fairy Xianxia's expression was sincere as she spoke apologetically. Everyone's expressions shook. As expected, the main topic was mentioned. Just now, Fairy Xianxia was merely probing. Now, she went straight to the main topic and spoke directly to Yi Fan. No one said anything else. They sat behind the jade table, either drinking fine wine or tasting fragrant tea. They let the sparkling petals fall from the sky and enjoyed the rare tranquility. In reality, no one could remain calm and were paying close attention. The origin of the Tao was too important. Who didn't want it? This was a heaven-defying immortal item. It's nothing. Yi Fan smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. His words were brief and didn't express anything special. This place was filled with towering peaks and rosy clouds. Spiritual springs gurgled and ancient trees took root, making this place auspicious and transcendent. I once heard that Tao Friend's innate talent is rare and unique since ancient times. It transcends this world, so this origin of the Tao is not suitable for Brother Yi. If I may be so bold as to ask, would Brother be willing to part with it? Fairy Qingshi's voice was gentle, as pleasant as the sounds of nature. It carried a trace of magnetism that could move one's heart. Her bright eyes were like water as she looked at him seriously. Innate talent was rare and unique since ancient times. It transcended this world. Saying this was purely a whitewash. Everyone here knew that Yi Fan wasn't recognized by the heaven and earth. However, if it was said like this, it would undoubtedly make the person involved feel much better. Fairy Xia is too kind with your praise. I am ashamed. The heavens look down on me and the origin of Tao cannot be used by me. This is the truth. Yi Fan said in a self-mocking manner. Brother Yi is an outstanding talent. You are too modest, or else how could you suppress the source of all things? I have never heard of such a thing before. Fairy Qingshi said. The others were flabbergasted. Then they gradually understood why Fairy Xia said this directly. Presumably, she had done some research on Yi Fan and knew his nature. Therefore, she treated him calmly. Yi Fan raised a jade cup that contained a fine wine that was as clear as amber. The fragrance pervaded the air, intoxicating one to the bone. He stood up and said, Fairy Banished, your name has shaken the starry sky, and your reputation has spread far and wide. Seeing you today, you are even better than your reputation. I, Yi Fan, would like to offer you a toast. I hope that your immortal face will never grow old and that you will sing proudly on your road to becoming emperor. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Seeing that he didn't respond directly, they didn't know what he was thinking. Many people chimed in and raised their cups to Fairy Qingshi. I feel that you most likely aren't an honest fellow, the little maid Linga mumbled. She transmitted her voice secretly to express her dissatisfaction. Yi Fan raised his cup and also indicated to her, causing her to roll her eyes. Fairy Qingshi stood up and smiled. I should be the one toasting everyone. On this ancient mythological path, I wish everyone good luck in ascending to the peak. Here, I have to especially apologize to Brother Yi for disturbing you. Her figure was slender and exquisite. She had jade-like skin and an otherworldly temperament. She had an amiable smile on her face and her bright eyes were kind. She was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Many people revealed strange expressions. Was Fairy Qingshi actually going to give up? After probing and knowing the result, she didn't linger. She was simple and direct. Yan Qifeng, Guan Cheng, and the second-in-command of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland all revealed meaningful expressions. When they looked at Yi Fan, their expressions were unkind. There was no need to conceal this. Tuoba Yu, Yuxian, Ku Tichuo, Mu Guanghan, Uya Mo, and the others each sat in a corner. They were calm and composed, not expressing anything. The leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland, Gu Ling, sat alone at a table. His eyes shone with a wild radiance. Even when facing the famous Fairy Qingshi, he didn't conceal it at all. It was as though he wanted to see through her. This fellow definitely wants to ask about the great devil god, the little maid Ling said softly as she wrinkled her nose. Almost all the masters of the major powers in the city had been invited. All of them had calm expressions. With a single glance, one could tell that they were all intelligent masters. Little friend Yi, I want to ask. Since the origin of Tao isn't compatible with you, what kind of conditions should I pay to exchange it with you? No one expected the great commander of the city to speak. His name was Yu Han. He wore a violet copper battle robe and was shrouded in a hazy violet aura. His cultivation was profound and almost no one present could see through it. As soon as he said this, many people put down their cups and listened attentively. This was the answer that many people wanted to know. I don't know either.
Why don't I ask the great commander to tell me how you can move my heart to the point where I am willing to hand over the origin of Tao?
Yi Fan calmly said. I have 10,000 gene of stellar divine sand here. I wonder if it can move your heart. Great Commander Yu Han said. What? Stellar divine sand? It's hard to find even a few tales of it in the entire cosmos. Extremely precious.
This is a divine material used by the great sage to refine weapons, something that can only be discovered and not sought after.
Someone immediately cried out in alarm. In the mountain region, quite a few people's eyes burned with passion as they looked over. 10,000 gene of stellar divine sand was just too shocking, enough to shock the world. I don't have the ability to pluck millions and millions of stellar rivers. This is something left behind by our ancestors. Great Commander Yu Han said. This object was condensed from stellar radiance, and when it was gathered, it weighed 10,000 gene. It was simply a miracle. I am deeply shaken by the Great Commander's divine material, but I do not need it. Yi Fan stood up and toasted him with a cup of wine. Everyone became silent. When they thought about it, this was the case. So what if it was the great sage's weapon? So what if there were a few more of them? No matter what, they couldn't compare to the origin of Tao. I have an underworld deity ancient scripture here. I wonder if it is of interest to you? An elder stood up.
He had a head of silver hair. His spirit hale and hearty.
He was the master of an ancient family in this city. Families like these all had unordinary origins. They were all established by experts who stepped onto the starry sky ancient path in the past, but ultimately failed to achieve the Tao. After endless years passed, some clans disappeared, while others became even more powerful. Yi Fan shook his head. Anything that wasn't an emperor scripture didn't hold much attraction for him. I have a scarlet cloud ancient scripture here that doesn't lack a single page. It has been passed down for a long time. Its origins unfathomable. Rumor has it that it might have been left behind by a quasi-emperor. Right at this time, Yan Qifeng spoke. Everyone was moved. Yan family was definitely the most ancient and powerful family in the second holy city. The scarlet cloud ancient scripture they possessed made many people's eyes turn red. Even Yi Fan was moved, feeling like there were too many secret techniques left behind on the starry sky ancient path.
If they continued down this path, they might even be able to see some bits and pieces of the 9 secrets and emperor scriptures.
Yi Fan raised his cup towards him, but didn't reply.
Yan Qixia downed the wine in a single gulp as a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes.
I see that Brother Ye's essence, qi, and spirit are being refined. It seems like divine spiritual qi is about to be born in your immortal platform. From this, it can be seen that the ancient scripture you cultivate is no small matter. Maybe, only an emperor scripture would be of interest to you. The banished fairy smiled. She could tell that it wasn't that Yi Fan couldn't exchange for the origin of the Tao. Rather, he was waiting for the highest price and needed an even more precious immortal scripture. I have the first volume of the Tao scripture. It's said to be the most suitable ancient scripture for the Sea of Reincarnation. I wonder if Brother Yi is willing to take a look? This was a temptation that was hard to resist. All the cultivators of ancient stars with deep foundations and long histories would know about the Tao scriptures, and the first volume was the best. The rain of flowers was sparkling and translucent, fluttering about. This place was extremely quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they looked forward. The first volume of the Tao scripture is truly tempting. Unfortunately, I have no use for it. Yi Fan shook his head. Fairy Xianxia's black brows furrowed slightly as ripples spread out from her beautiful ears.
A peculiar expression appeared on her peerless face as she said, I didn't expect Brother Ye's luck to be so good and have already cultivated the first volume of the Tao scripture.
I can faintly hear the supreme and profound ancient scripture chanting coming from your Sea of Reincarnation. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Yi Fan with expressions of disbelief. They didn't expect him to have such luck. Could it be that he had grasped hold of the entire Tao scripture? Uya Mo, Yuxian, Ku Tuchuo, and Mu Guanghan revealed traces of divine light in their eyes. They were all paying close attention. Clearly, the appearance of the Tao scripture made them unable to remain calm. This was the first time Yi Fan was shaken. This fairy Xianxia was truly extraordinary. She could actually hear the chanting of scriptures from his Sea of Reincarnation. Her divine ability was truly shocking. All the major powers were already moved as they stared at Yi Fan.
Yan Qifeng, Guan Cheng, and the second leader of the 13 Cavalry of Heaven Wasteland all had cold lightning in their eyes.
Since Brother Yi already has the Tao scripture, how about I offer you another one? I have the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin. Apart from the forbidden secret technique, I have all 5 secret realms.
The exiled fairy spoke softly, but her words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears, causing them to ring.
The value of an entire celestial scripture was immeasurable. This was definitely a great fortune. The ancient emperors had passed away, and the ancient scriptures they left behind had mostly disappeared under the erosion of time. If it was in the past, Yi Fan would definitely have considered it. However, after listening to the human demon's Tao lecture on the Sun Star, he had already understood this kind of celestial scripture.
Seeing how calm Brother Yi is and not the slightest bit tempted, could it be that you have also dabbled in the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin?
The exiled fairy Xianxia revealed a solemn expression for the first time. As for the others, they were even more shocked. Their expressions were all different, all of them were paying close attention, not wanting to miss out on anything. Is the origin of the Tao really so important to you? Yi Fan asked. Wanting to use the ancient scripture of a great emperor to exchange for it, this required a certain kind of courage. If the origin of the Tao was useful to Brother Yi, I definitely wouldn't have turned back to discuss the exchange. The competition on the path ahead will be extremely intense and cruel. The origin of the Tao is truly of great use to me. I only turned back after learning that you have no use for it. The exiled fairy Xianxia spoke. Yi Fan nodded. Seems like the era of legends has reappeared. Even a character like Fairy Xianxia encountered a supreme enemy and couldn't say for sure that she would win. The competition on the Emperor's path is truly difficult. The exiled fairy's countenance was as beautiful as a painting, elegant and graceful like a celestial maiden. She seemed to be making a decision. I have 4 volumes of the celestial scripture of Sun. I'm only lacking 1 incomplete immortal foundation. I'll give them to you together with the 2 I mentioned earlier. Are you willing to exchange them? Miss, you can't give them away like this. Young Master D already has the origin of the Tao. There's no need for you to exchange them for him. The little maid Linger was anxious as she transmitted her voiceover. Fairy Xianxia's expression was tranquil as she transmitted her voiceover. I just want to ascertain how many ancient scriptures he has cultivated. This person is truly extraordinary. Although his cultivation base isn't high, we can't underestimate him. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, the 2 mother scriptures, which one is weaker and which one is stronger? If the 2 scriptures are combined as one, he will become the emperor under the heavens. Someone sighed. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the exiled fairy to be so bold. These are 2 primordial immortal scriptures. What Fairy Xianxia has learned is simply too terrifying. I dare to say that she must have learned other ancient scriptures as well. Everyone was visibly moved. This was truly too shocking. From what I see, Fairy Xianxia doesn't really care about the origin of the Tao. Why are you exchanging it for such a high price? Could it be that you are collecting it on behalf of someone else? Yi Fan asked. From afar, a few old men were discussing in a low voice, silently observing the changes here. One of them spoke. This person is extraordinary, but he can't be compared to young Master D. The heavens and earth don't approve of him. He is destined to be a supporting character in this era. Maybe we can make him follow beside young Master D. He should be a sharp sword. The few old men didn't walk over. They didn't disturb anyone. At this moment, Fairy Xianxia smiled and spoke. Brother Ye's talent is rarely seen throughout the ages. You will definitely have a place in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path. I'm willing to sincerely befriend you, and at the same time, I also want to introduce a friend to you. I wonder if that's possible? What kind of friend? Yi Fan asked. I can't meet him now. He's in the depths of the starry space ancient path, and his name is D Tian, Fairy Xianxia replied. Chapter 1272. D Tian. A name that made many tremble. He moved unhindered through the starry sky ancient path, simply unrivaled under the heavens. More than 20 years had passed, but no one would forget him. He made many cultivators feel suffocated. This was a godlike existence that already possessed the bearing of a great emperor. It's him, the D Tian whose aura engulfs 10,000 li. The great commander Yuhandu was absent-minded. He had seen that person more than 20 years ago, and even now, his heart still palpitated when he thought about it. D Tian, This is a taboo existence. Back then, he was part of the same group of cultivators as Fairy Xianxia. Later on, they separated in order to comprehend the Tao. A few of the giants in the second sacred city frowned. After so many years, news often came from the starry sky ancient path. That Tian was terrifying to a shocking degree. Tuoba Yu of the Human King Ancient Star, Feather Immortal of the Feather Transformation Ancient Land, and the others' eyes flashed with resplendent lightning. It was clear that they had heard of this before, and their emotions were somewhat shaken. The great-grandson of the human race's second sacred city's old commander, Yan Qifeng, was expressionless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He had personally seen this person in the past, and even now, he couldn't forget it. It was precisely because he had seen Tian's peerless glory that he hadn't set off even now. Tian's body was enveloped by a divine ring that dominated the starry sky. It was resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the entire starry sky ancient path. Even if one couldn't see him, just hearing his name was enough to make one treat him seriously. Tian is the pride of a generation, and Brother Yi is also the hero of a generation. Being friends with him won't bring shame to your reputation. Fairy Xianxia spoke warmly, her voice gentle and pleasant to listen to. Yi Fan understood that the exiled fairy was trying to rope him in. The Tian she mentioned should be an outstanding young supreme being, and what she said just now was merely a humble excuse. Was she trying to rope in a right-hand man for Tian? Yi Fan was calm and unperturbed. Presumably, that was an extremely powerful character. Even the exiled fairy was looking for a helper for him. The sound of a flute lingered in the air like a sweet spring in the desert. It was like a beautiful immortal palace that appeared on a vast grassland, nourishing one's heart and bones, making one's spirit soar. The exiled fairy Xianxia's cherry lips pressed against the jade flute. Musical notes rippled out, ringing through the entire jade wave immortal forest. A rain of flowers scattered down. The petals were sparkling, and waves of fragrance filled the air, making this place seem like a dream. In the forest, some withered ancient trees had long lost their vitality, but after the sound of the flute, they sprouted green buds and came back to life. Many mountain rocks flickered and released splendor, as if they were alive. The flowers and plants gained intelligence and began to dance about. Clouds swirled and scattered. Tens of thousands of birds came to pay their respects. Streams of sweet springs gushed out from the ground, and golden lotuses appeared one after another in the sky. This kind of divine sound caused even heaven and earth to produce abnormal phenomena, causing everyone to feel exceptionally peaceful. This song was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation, allowing one's immortal foundation to become clear and bright, allowing them to easily enter a state of Tao comprehension. Most probably, even Fairy Xianxia wouldn't be able to play this song every day. Hundreds of birds chirped softly and flower petals sprinkled down in brilliant colors. Only after a long time did people regain their senses. In the end, Yi Fan did not exchange the source of Tao. He vaguely hinted that if the ancient scriptures and the divine light platform were to be exchanged, he would agree. It was impossible for the banished fairy to nod. The divine light platform's significance was too great, and losing it was like cutting off a pair of immortal wings. She would no longer be able to travel between the various ancient cities. Be careful. Don't completely wipe out the 13 heavenly desolation steeds, mumbled the little maidlinger. Is the great devil god really so terrifying? Yi Fan asked. Naturally. Although ancient desolation is still very young, it's unknown how many geniuses he has slain. His strength is comparable to a supreme devil sovereign, causing even young Master Tian to feel trepidation. Ancient desolation, ancient sovereign, Yi Fan silently mused. These two words sounded the same. Their names already indicated something. This was a young paragon, yet he was referred to as the great devil god. The small-scale gathering ended. Everyone stood up and departed one after another. Yi Fan continued on his way under the setting sun, casually glancing at a few old men in the distance as he departed. His spiritual perception is extremely terrifying. That glance of his was filled with meaning. He should have discovered our true bodies. This is truly a sharp sword. Young Master Tian is walking on the Emperor's path. He would need some supreme geniuses of the various regions to be his assistants. If this man truly submitted, he would definitely have a place in the future. I'm only afraid that he would be arrogant and unyielding, thinking that he can walk his own path. Maybe we should let him understand his status and identity in advance. A few old men stared at the departing back view of Yi Fan as they whispered in low voices. He doesn't just have a single ancient scripture on him. In addition to the origin of his Tao, I wonder if he would be able to endure for a few more days.
The eyes of the second leader of the 13 riders flashed with coldness.
Heh! Yan Qifeng wore a golden crown on his head and had a cold expression on his face.
He sat on a gigantic savage beast, appearing somewhat cold as he spat out a single word.
Everyone left the Jade Wave Immortal Forest one after another. They all believed that a great storm would occur during these few days, and this cultivator named Yi Fan was at the center of it all. Some of the hegemons in the city all had their own thoughts and didn't discuss this matter with each other. They all dispersed, and it was impossible to tell what they were feeling. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, O Yimo, and the others were also calm and indifferent. They almost didn't say anything at the gathering.
They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were the strongest seeds among this batch of challengers.
Is the exiled fairy really going to give up just like this? It's hard to see through her. Will she really leave? An old soldier muttered.
Great Commander Yu Han was expressionless as he patrolled on the ancient beast and said, "All of this is hard to say.
However, that cultivator named Yi Fan will most likely have some troubles during these few days." Hey, slow down a bit. A young lady's voice sounded from behind Yi Fan. The feather immortal came over nimbly and walked on the dust. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was sweet and her appearance could topple cities. What do you think that exiled fairy is trying to do? Is she trying to show off her strength to us? Moreover, she harbors evil intentions towards you. Why don't we team up and call Mu Guanghan, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo and the others to get rid of her together? What do you think? The feather immortal said. She was as fresh as snow piled up on a flowering tree, as quick-witted as a fairy. She was pretty and sweet, yet she actually said these kinds of words. It truly made people astonished, as if she was a bad girl. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? She is one of the most terrifying people on the starry sky ancient path. Getting rid of her now is a rare opportunity. The feather immortal blinked her large eyes and fiercely waved her elegant fists. Yi Fan said, "Can you defeat her? Even her little handmaiden has become a saint." Even the guide was courteous to her and personally went to welcome her. TCH. Isn't she just an old woman? She just cultivated for a period of time. I will completely defeat her in 20 years.
When the feather immortal said these words, she was more or less lacking in confidence. She looked around in a mischievous manner, afraid of being heard by others.
Yi Fan pondered and said, "She really isn't that old. I have to admit that her cultivation surpasses saints and gods. There are very few opponents on the ancient path. Who can say for sure what will happen in 20 years? If she really is the undisputed number one on the ancient path, she won't look back," said the feather immortal. Once again, she cruelly invited Yi Fan to take action, wanting to get rid of the banished immortal together. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't treat these words as the angry words of a pure and kind girl. He had already learned from the banished immortal's little maid that the origins of the feather immortal, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuoba Yu, and the others were related to some supreme experts on the path ahead. It seemed that the feather immortal's faction had a hostile relationship with Di Tian. Yi Fan rode on Longma and returned to his residence alone. Not long after, a guest came to visit. It was actually an elder, one of the elders he saw at the exit of the Jade Wave Immortal Forest. This person was very amiable and was enjoying tea in the hall. He had a look of admiration on his face as he looked at Yi Fan. He tactfully expressed that he wanted to use a supreme treasure of his sect to exchange for the origin of the Tao. Sadly, Yi Fan wasn't moved at all. Although he was laughing and joking, he wasn't moved at all. He only continued to drink tea and chat with the elder. The topic of their conversation was endless.
One moment they were talking about flying ships, the next moment they were talking about romance, the next moment they were talking about the ancient path in the starry space, and he even talked about the figure of the banished immortal, causing the elder to want nothing more than to give him a good beating.
Young Sir D and some other experts discovered a gigantic mausoleum in the depths of the ancient path. It's majestic and boundless. Little friend, if you are interested, you can come and excavate it together with us in the future. The old man gave him another sweet jujube, which could be said to be earth-shattering. There were naturally tombs of true ancient emperors in the Northern Dipper constellation. However, up until now, no one had been able to excavate one. At most, they would only be able to excavate a secondary tomb. In the depths of the ancient path in the starry space, if there was a true tomb of an ancient emperor, it would undoubtedly be filled with a storm of blood. Experts from the various star regions would gather there, and they might really be able to excavate it. After that, the old man took out a jade weapon with a tiger-shaped hilt. The body of the sword was less than a foot long and was made from ancient heavenly jade. This was a saint weapon, and it was a symbol of status. Xianxia has been conquering for tens of years. Up till now, he has given out a total of 5 saint weapons. No matter who controls one of them, they would be able to obtain information regarding deity-level battles as well as other necessities. The old man spoke. Although his words were vague, it was enough. This was a token of trust. He was probing Yi Fan, wanting to rope him in as a helper of Xianxia. Yi Fan glanced at him. He could clearly see a true dragon-shaped saint weapon as well as a phoenix-shaped Dao weapon. In the end, the old man chose a white tiger-shaped sword weapon as a gift. Although the old man did this in secret, summoning it from within his body, Yi Fan's origin heaven eye was extremely sharp. He had long seen through it. Seems like in the old man's heart, Qin Wentian was someone worth roping in, but he wasn't a peak-tier sharp sword. Old sir, I have no interest in these things. I hate fighting and killing the most and rarely kill. My hands have never been stained with blood before. What I love the most in my life is romance. I want to ask if Fairy Xianxia already has someone in her heart? Senior, can you help me ask him indirectly? If you are able to pull some strings, I would be eternally grateful. The old man almost flipped the table when he heard this. He flicked his sleeves and left. In the end, his face turned black as he stood up and bid farewell. How was it? The moment he returned to a garden, the others all stood up and asked. He said he rarely kills. Pooey. From what I know, he entered this world while bathed in blood. It's unknown how many experts he has slain. Seems like he isn't willing to hand over the source of his Dao. If we don't give him some pressure, he wouldn't understand. He wouldn't be able to see that he's just a supporting character in this world. What's most annoying is that he actually spoke in such a frivolous manner, disrespecting Fairy Xianxia and talking about romance with me. This bastard is truly audacious. If young Master D knew about this, he would definitely suppress him and let him understand his status. The old man was incomparably angry after he returned. He spoke to the others, but after being ridiculed by Yi Fan, all of them had expressions of unhappiness on their faces. In the air, Grand Governor Yu Han rode on a savage beast as he patrolled the city. When he saw the old man leaving, a look of contemplation appeared on his face as he spoke. These people aren't humans and are extremely powerful. They should be sent back by Di Tian to covet the source of the Dao. An old soldier narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Grand Governor, the supreme ancient Taoist rite is about to open. We can tear a corner and allow these people to enter. If they covet the source of the Dao, we can kill them at the last moment. If we can obtain the source of the Dao, it would be considered a great merit for us to protect the Taoist rite. Chapter 1273. In the cold night sky, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. Starlight shone down, causing this ancient city to be shrouded in a hazy mist. Yi Fan sat on the roof and stared at the night sky. Longma was right. Suppressing his cultivation base was getting more and more difficult. He had to choose an ancient star as soon as possible. Now, the situation was extremely bad and there were many dangers. Becoming a saint was imminent. The city was very complicated. There were actually experts who returned from the depths of the starry sky ancient path. The most despicable thing was that some of the giants in the city also had evil intentions. He had reason to believe that the city guards were unreliable. It was just that he didn't know what that envoy was like. This was an extremely crucial person. The cry of a jackdaw sounded especially distant in the cold night sky. Not far away, a river flowed past, adjacent to this house. Xiao! Yi Fan instantly disappeared from the roof. The spear in his hand fiercely pierced into the river. With a splashing sound, he plucked out a body from the river. The spear pierced through the top of his head. He was already dead. The powers he faced were not of the good kind, especially with the origin of the Tao and ancient scriptures on him. Many people coveted him and it was destined that he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Perhaps only by killing all those with evil intentions could he completely eliminate all future troubles. In the latter half of the night, all was silent except for the flickering starlight. The city was very quiet.
On a tall building in the distance, the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland was holding a large bow with a huge spear-like arrow knocked on it. The blood groove was very deep and dark red in color. The words, Yi Fan, were actually engraved inside. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. This was a forbidden weapon that had been reinforced by a peerless expert. Within a certain distance, it possessed a terrifying and bizarre power that was impossible to defend against. He did his best to draw the large bow, emitting waves of dragon tiger energy. The blood-colored arrow was like a spear, sharp and cold. It was aimed at Yi Fan's residence. A strange whistling sound rang out. The blood-colored arrow pierced through the void, destroying everything in its path as it arrived in an instant. At the same time, Yi Fan felt a chill all over his body. Faint traces of blood appeared between his brows and his immortal platform felt like it was about to shatter. This feeling was similar to when he was fighting against Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. His opponent had used a strange forbidden technique, causing him to feel uneasy. At that moment, Yi Fan's body turned into the shape of a dragon, turning into a golden Tai Chi. At the same time, he raised his avatar and rushed into the sky. At the same time, he took out the myriad Qi cauldron. With a clang, the myriad Qi cauldron collided with the blood-red giant arrow, creating a deafening sound. Puff! The blood-red arrow shattered inch by inch before exploding violently. A powerful energy filled the air, startling everyone in the city. There were restrictions in the ancient city, but even so, the heavens were still torn apart. Starlight surged from the cosmos, hurricanes fierce as they poured into the dark star domain. Fortunately, there were experts who repaired the restriction immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What's going on? What happened? All the experts in the city felt their blood run cold. There was a flash of light on the tall building, and the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland disappeared. He appeared in another residence and left the scene. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He rushed up the tall building immediately, but he was still a step too late. He couldn't stop the enemy. In the magnificent hall, there were richly ornamented beams and arm-thick divine candles, illuminating the place. The second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland said, "The power of this arrow is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, it still couldn't kill him." Yan Qifeng frowned and asked seriously, "How did he break it?" "You have to know that this arrow can easily kill a powerful ancient saint with several thousand years of cultivation. It was blocked by the cauldron forged from the myriad Qi origin root. It collapsed inch by inch." The second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland said. Although he only wanted to muddy the waters and didn't expect to kill him in one shot, it was still very regretful. No wonder. Back then, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were used to forge this arrow. Several thousand words of incantations were secretly engraved on it. It has the supreme divine power to break all techniques and can kill saints in an instant. Its only weakness is that it can be blocked by solid objects, said Yan Qifeng. This was a protective treasure left behind by his ancestor. This arrow could break all techniques and restrain endless divine techniques. It could easily destroy one's primordial spirit, but it was somewhat lacking in terms of physical attacks. When the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland saw Yi Fan's golden circle and indistinct irregular scenes, he vaguely felt that it would be difficult to injure him without the cauldron. However, he didn't say much. He only had one goal, and that was to make more enemies for Yi Fan. Later in the night, another loud noise sounded. A giant purple hammer descended from the sky, smashing Yi Fan's residence into flying ashes, strands of holy qi scattering everywhere. Yi Fan stood in the sky with a gloomy expression. He decided to take the initiative and carry out a massacre in the latter half of the night. He was well aware of just how many people wanted to harm him. Right now, there was no need to talk about any evidence. He would just kill them all. However, the great commander appeared in time, leaving him no choice but to stop. He couldn't take action. The city isn't too peaceful. "I hope you can restrain yourself," said Yuhan. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He was as quiet as the abyss. He landed on a blue stone by the riverside and closed his eyes to meditate. Early in the morning, multicolored light shone down. A morning full of vitality appeared. Everything that happened last night didn't cause any great waves. The city was bustling with activity. Dang! The great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The envoy finally appeared.
He seemed to have sensed something and didn't want these people to rest for too long. He wanted to immediately open the archaic trial grounds. The trial takers who stepped onto the ancient starry sky path were all in high spirits. None of them wanted to miss out on this moment. Yan Qifeng also wants to enter. He has entered many times during these years and obtained great benefits. Someone among the natives in the city said in a low voice. A group of savage beasts flew over, stepping on the sky. They were over 10 zhang above the ground as they whistled over. Apart from Yan Qifeng, there were also disciples of some great powers in the city. Even though it was against the rules to enter like this, they would still turn a blind eye to the disciples of the city. Di Tian's people also arrived. Several elders stood outside the crowd.
Their gazes landed on Yi Fan's body with a bit of coldness, and then they looked at the great commander not far away.
Ku Tuchuo, Tuoba Yu, Uya Mo and the others stood in different directions. Their faces were expressionless as they waited for the opening of the archaic trial grounds to temper themselves. In the distance, Guan Cheng walked over together with the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. They walked towards Yan Qifeng and the other disciples. Right on the ancient city's plaza, 12 doors appeared out of thin air. They led to an archaic trial grounds. The divine doors were resplendent, and the interior seemed like an immortal domain. Wu, you all are on your own. Temper yourselves more. Back then, there were people who obtained great opportunities here. Now, their names have shaken the ancient path. For example, the exiled fairy, the great demonic god, and others have all comprehended deeply here. The envoy spoke and glanced at Fairy Xianxia not far away. Guan Cheng stood there and tightly clenched his fists. His knuckles were a bit green. It was because he recalled another name that could change the color of heaven and earth. For many people in the past, this name represented a type of taboo. He still remembered that back then, a man in a mount passed through the sky, nailing him and his mount to the ground with a single spear. Blood splashed everywhere. Just how domineering was that? Meanwhile, this person moved unhindered through the starry skies, unrivaled. Several years ago, he had been surrounded and hunted by many experts in the depths of the starry skies. After a great battle that lasted for an entire night, a part of the star path was destroyed, shaking up the boundless ancient region. Even after so many years had passed, Guan Cheng still felt as if he was being stared at by a primordial beast.
All of the fine hairs on his body would stand on end.
This was an indescribable feeling of suppression.
Even now, that person was unrivaled, sweeping through everything in his path at the very front of the starry skies.
There really weren't many who could fight against him. It was precisely in this archaic trial grounds that that person had previously broken through the Dao grounds restrictions and rushed into outer space. Only Guan Cheng saw it, and not even the envoy knew. That domineering figure back then made his entire body go cold just thinking about it. When he returned to this old place, he immediately thought of that callous young supreme being. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Back then, Guan Cheng saw Yi Fan enter the city alone, killing the middle-aged Taoist nun's golden-winged heavenly Peng with a single spear, making him recall his own bitter experience. He was similarly pierced through by a spear, dripping with blood, making him recall memories. Without reason or choice, he began to hate Yi Fan, and as such, that was the reason for the later conflict.
After more than 10 years of cultivation, he once again recovered his conviction, and his strength increased greatly.
As a result, he stepped onto the ancient path again, starting from the first trial. However now, he felt a bit of hesitation. As he stood here, he couldn't help but think of that person's power from back then. His body felt a bit cold. Guan Cheng looked at Yi Fan under the morning multicolored light, feeling a type of similar quality from his body. He said to himself, "What I hate and fear is this type of unrivaled temperament." The 12 gates opened. The trainees entered the archaic Dao grounds. The disciples of a few great powers also followed. The envoy, great commander, and soldiers didn't stop them. Then, the divine gates slowly closed. This was a boundless land, vast and majestic. Many ancient beasts were roaring, all of them archaic species that had long gone extinct in the outside world. They never expected to see one here. Several golden crows streaked across the sky, leaving behind strings of fiery light. A dragon sparrow spread its wings and grabbed a mountain range, using it to build a nest. It covered the sky and covered the earth, terrifying beyond compare. After Yi Fan entered, He closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He used his heart to sense this majestic atmosphere, feeling a type of boundless power surging. The Tao of Power.
The power of time, the power of space, the power of heaven and earth, the power of all living things. Many methods, 10,000 inheritances, all of them were inseparable from power contained within.
Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity with this world. His entire body surged with blood energy, his body rumbling like thunder, releasing the most powerful fighting prowess. This great land made his holy blood surge. The human race's holy body was peerless, possessing boundless power. After coming to this place, he naturally merged into this atmosphere. Yi Fan walked on foot, measuring every inch of the land. He closed his eyes to sense all living things in nature, grasping the Tao of Power. His entire body surged with essence blood, like a moving mountain, crushing the ancient land until it rumbled, as if it was going to cave in. In the end, he was like a star. Every time he moved, all living things in heaven and earth would resonate. Endless natural laws could be seen, and divine chains of order interweaved, piercing through mountains and rivers. The resplendent divine chains were connected to his body, making him look incomparably dazzling. He was like an immortal phoenix, bathing in flames and being reborn in the immortal domain. In this world, many vicious birds and ferocious beasts trembled. Even if they were holy beasts, they would all stay far away from him. Yi Fan had an urge to tear apart these mountains and rivers, break through the restrictions, transcend this place, and rush into the outside world to see exactly where he was. It's still early, I'll slowly comprehend it. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. After comprehending for half a month, he opened his eyes. Golden lightning tore through the void, and he felt his entire body brimming with power. With a wave of his hand, he could pluck stars and capture moons. Chapter 1274. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Yi Fan could clearly feel the preciousness of this Tao field.
Apart from the vicious birds and fierce beasts that roamed the world and the ancient medicines that were everywhere, there was also a lot of spiritual earth.
He walked on foot and saw many precious cultivation lands. Auspicious energy surged and was extremely suitable for cultivation. There were even some lakes that were colorful and enshrouded in auspicious mist. They could be called spiritual lakes and overflowed with essence energy. These were all rare divine lands.
He even saw the evolution process of the origin.
In some places, the essence energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it became liquid and crystallized. Yi Fan had already entered the archaic Tao field for more than half a month, comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He hadn't met any opponents. Only Longma followed behind him and was similarly immersed in a wondrous state. It's time to take a look. He rode on Longma and rushed into the sky. He stepped on auspicious clouds and galloped across the sky, causing rumbling sounds. The various powerful beasts in the spiritual mountains and ancient lands didn't dare to come out. Coo! A golden crow and a flood dragon were fighting over a blood phoenix vine. The ancient vine was scarlet and sparkling like an agate. It wasn't thick or long, only about 3 meters long. It was shaped like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings, causing a bloody battle between the beast kings. This place is truly extraordinary. There's actually such a thing. Legend has it that the essence blood left behind by immortal spirits will produce some strange plants and ancient medicines. This should be a precious vine, said Longma. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman reaped the benefits. Longma suddenly rushed in and snatched this blood phoenix vine. It bit down like a cow chewing on a peony. Immediately, scarlet light flickered all over its body and essence energy shot out in all directions, almost causing it to split apart. They crossed the sky for tens of thousands of li and arrived at a peaceful place. They saw light flickering in front of them and a woman sitting cross-legged in a large pond. Strands of holy light curled around her. This is dragon saliva. Yi Fan was astonished. The spiritual pond was very small, only about a zhang or so. Essence energy surged inside and overflowed with light and colors. There were spiritual grasses and ancient medicines growing everywhere in the surroundings. The surging pool liquid was the essence spat out by the dragon head of the earth vein, a type of precious liquid produced by the great earth. It was extremely rare and hard to come by. Mu Guanghan sat cross-legged in the middle, the precious liquid soaking her clothes. Her graceful jade body was faintly discernible, her curves moving. Her cloud-like hair was smooth and soft, scattered around her snow-white neck. She closed her eyes,
bathing in the dragon saliva, becoming one with the underground dragon vein and the entire mountain and river.
A wave of boundless power surged.
This girl's luck really is great, actually obtaining such a precious land to comprehend the Tao, achieving twice the result with half the effort.
Longma said, looking eager to give it a try, wishing to sneak attack. But in the end, they didn't take action.
Mu Guanghan hadn't provoked them, and they didn't want to ruin their foundation for no reason. Comprehending their own Tao was the most important thing, because they only had a month's time. Staying in such a wonderful place, every minute was precious. Amitabha. In the depths of another mountain range, Buddhist chants rumbled like thunder.
That place became a golden world.
All types of Buddhist light flowed about, submerging the entire mountain range and ancient land. Ku Tuchuo was currently cultivating, almost turning this spiritual mountain range into a Buddhist country. The atmosphere was magnificent, and there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas chanting in the heavens, shaking the great earth.
What is this monk doing?
Longma was astonished.
He is establishing a void Buddhist country. Yifan was moved.
Ancient bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas turned into streaks of golden figures, surrounding Ku Tuchuo, revolving around him. It was mysterious and grand. That mountain split apart, and a small temple appeared.
Longma widened his eyes.
Cracks appeared on the towering mountain in front of them. An ancient temple rose into the air, giving off a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. The image of a Buddha could vaguely be seen sitting cross-legged inside. The fluctuations within the temple are so powerful.
This is a type of inheritance.
Yifan narrowed his eyes, standing in the distance, not leaving.
That small temple sucked Ku Tuchuo inside.
The golden splendor seemed to have turned into liquid, covering this place. Then, blazing light flickered, and then everything disappeared. The ancient temple, the chanting, the 3,000 bodhisattvas, and Buddhas all completely disappeared. This Baldi's origins aren't small. We weren't able to barge in, so that small temple is definitely a divine treasury. Longma was envious. That's a Buddhist thing, and it most likely needs a special incantation to open.
Yifan didn't linger, turning around to leave.
He roughly understood what kind of world this was. There were endless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, containing endless opportunities. No wonder Yen Qifeng followed him all these years. There were just too many wondrous places. Yifan landed on the ground, no longer searching. He comprehended the Tao and cultivated his body, walking on foot. He was adjusting his body's state, preparing to break through the restrictions of this world to take a look. That was because this wasn't an ancient star with life, but rather a sealed world. He didn't know what the outside world was like. After walking like this for a few days, Yifan saw a familiar person. Rue Wei was currently collecting all types of spiritual materials, and she was extremely happy to see him.
This really is a good place.
If I can bring my clansmen to live here, it will be like entering heaven.
Rue Wei could only think like this.
As a training ground, the primeval Taoist rite definitely couldn't be open to outsiders.
Have you seen any special places? Yifan asked.
Rue Wei said, there are a few forbidden areas that are extremely dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, especially the profound magnetic ground. As long as you have metal weapons, you will definitely be torn apart.
Where is it?
Longma immediately asked.
Yifan was also shaken.
He had a kind of wondrous art that couldn't be cultivated without divine magnets. He needed to temper it in order to achieve perfection. It's not far from here, and it really is a dangerous place. I saw some people being crushed as soon as they got close, not to mention going deeper, Rue Wei said with a pale face.
I'll go take a look.
Rue Wei reminded, Brother Yi, you mustn't take risks for no reason.
That really isn't a good place.
There are white bones and ashes everywhere, and it's boundlessly terrifying. This was a mottled ancient land. The surroundings were quiet, and there were no ancient medicines, spirit herbs, or strange beasts roaming about.
It was lifeless.
In the depths of the mountain range, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. At the base of the mountain, there were rays of immortal light rushing up. It was actually an ancient cave. In front of the mountain range, there was a thick layer of white bone powder, turning this place into a land of death in name only. However, the immortal light in the cave was so alluring. Brother Yi, are you really going in?
Rue Wei was worried. I'm only going to cultivate a kind of divine art. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. I have a calamity evasion tablet here. If you encounter danger, you can immediately crush it and you'll be able to escape in an instant, Rui Wei said and passed over a stone tablet. It was only about a foot long, and there were many runes carved on it. This was a secret treasure of the sect. He kept it to protect his life, and now he lent it to Yi Fan because he was worried that something would happen to him here. There's no need. Yi Fan shook his head. He didn't immediately rush in, but instead began to operate the origin magnetic wonderful technique from the outside, cultivating and drawing out strand after strand of immortal light. Longma was like this as well, earnestly comprehending the Tao, experiencing the wonders of this sect's secret technique. The man and horse were immediately surrounded by electromagnetic light, looking incomparably mysterious. Their bodies were sparkling and almost transparent. Of course, this wasn't electromagnetic in the traditional sense, but rather divine magnetism. 4 hours later, Rui Wei was moved. He had no choice but to back up and leave this mountain range. It was because this place was completely surrounded by immortal light. That man and horse gradually entered deeper and deeper, entering the ancient cave. From this day forth, horses neighed, dogs barked, dragons cried, and Qilins roared from time to time. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and persevered, but Longma howled like ghosts and gods. Even though it didn't shrink back, it cried out endlessly without any restraint. It was hard to imagine. Longma released all kinds of beast-like roars. Those who didn't know would think that there was a group of ancient beasts trapped here. This was an archaic cave that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Origin magnetic immortal light came in strand after strand after strand, seemingly endless. After Yi Fan entered, he endured the pain of his body breaking down. The human body had field energy. When trapped by this origin magnetic immortal light, they mutually affected each other, almost instantly turning one into ashes. However, Yi Fan resisted. During these few days, he cultivated the origin magnetic divine technique to a shocking level, advancing by leaps and bounds, approaching the consummate level. Woof ow woo. Longma bared its teeth and cried out again and again. Its cultivation was also almost complete. The ancient cave was extremely deep. At the end of the immortal light pervading the air, there were actually a few ancient vines. Their branches and leaves were sparse, but every single one was sparkling and translucent, immortal light surging. Damn, how can there be vegetation in this place? It shouldn't be able to survive. So fragrant, it actually produced fruits. Longma cried out loudly. It opened its mouth and swallowed one. Ayo woof. Immediately afterwards, it began to kick its hind legs, its entire body releasing origin magnetic immortal light. It was about to break apart, its entire body twitching. If not for cultivating the related secret technique, Longma would have definitely died here. So powerful, this is the purest origin magnetic immortal light, a type of origin power from before heaven and earth was created. Longma cried out in pain and excitement. Yi Fan also ate a fruit. This wasn't an undying immortal medicine, but a type of mutant fruit rarely seen throughout the ages. It possessed special divine effects. In the end, his entire body also trembled, receiving a baptism. His entire body was like a bright mirror, like a divine glass mirror, brilliant and dazzling. Now, his origin magnetic divine technique was successfully cultivated. In the future, as long as his cultivation realm increased, this type of secret technique would become more and more terrifying. It could be considered an unmatched secret technique, comparable to the forbidden ancient technique of imperial scriptures. When the divine technique was successfully cultivated, the danger this ancient cave posed to them was immediately reduced. It could no longer injure their bodies. 10,000 strands of immortal light swept over like a cool breeze. Yi Fan and Longma each ate an origin magnetic mutant fruit, but in the end, they discovered that it wasn't that useful to them anymore. One was enough. The ancient vine was brilliant and dazzling, and there were 8 other fruits. Every single one of them was only the size of a fist, all of them overflowing with brilliant colors as if they were carved from ancient heavenly jade. Wu, are you sure you saw him arrive in this ancient land and enter the archaic origin magnetic immortal cave? Unknowingly when Yen Qifeng arrived outside the mountain range. He was a bit shocked when he saw auspicious multicolored light surging and 10,000 strands of immortal light. Someone at the side said with an incomparably certain tone,
I saw it with my own eyes through the origin sky divine mirror.
Yan Qifeng frowned and said, the most mysterious and terrifying place in the archaic Tao rite is none other than this, known as the Immortal Cave. From the ancient times until now, not many trial takers could enter. There shouldn't be great benefits inside, right? Someone asked. The others also revealed fervent expressions. It's rumored that there's a type of ancient vine that fell from another world. Yan Qifeng pointed high up in the sky. Ah, what's so special about it? Many people were excited. This vine has a kind of fruit, and it can be considered an immortal medicine that can't die. However, it has strange and miraculous effects. Only those who consume it know of its wonders, Yan Qifeng said. Really? What a pity. Since not many people have entered since the ancient times, it's useless even if we yearn for it. Since this person has entered, then he can forget about coming out. Let's send him on his way. Yan Qifeng sneered and directly took out a magic treasure, blasting it into the depths of the mountain range. A blazing light and a huge boom rang out.
The magic treasure was shattered, but the origin magnetic immortal light became even more terrifying, like a vast ocean bursting through a dam.
Right, let's send him on his way.
The others also laughed cruelly.
He dared to enter the archaic immortal cave. Let's send him to become an immortal, heh. With Yan Qifeng in the lead, more than 10 people attacked this mountain range. All the magic treasures that were shot out were turned into powder, unable to be preserved under the origin magnetic immortal light. Chapter 1275. Vital energy surged. Immortal light shot out in all directions. The mountains and rivers collapsed. Apart from the primordial origin magnetic immortal cave, this vast region turned into ashes. Essence energy surged, divine magnets danced, all types of light shot out, destroying heaven and earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. In the distance, Rui Wei's expression changed. He knew that Yi Fan was there, risking his life to cultivate. Now that this kind of thing happened, he quickly rushed over to see what was going on. What are you all doing? When he saw Yan Qifeng and the others arouse the origin magnetic immortal light storm, he shouted. What does it have to do with you? One of them looked down from above, coldly glancing at him. Stop. Even though Rui Wei looked delicate and pretty, he was very decisive. He wanted to face these people alone, stop them from continuing and buy time for Yi Fan. Someone mocked. You overestimate yourself, a small cultivator from the wilderness dares to stop us? Get lost, or else you will die without a burial. How can we let him go? This person has some friendship with that Yi Fan. Since he came, we will kill him as well. Another person said. Yan Qifeng was a bit apprehensive just now, afraid that Yi Fan would rush out, but now he calmed down. It was because the origin magnetic immortal light had been completely detonated. No matter who came, it was useless. They couldn't escape the shock of the field and would definitely be turned into ashes. Kill him. He revealed a disdainful sneer, pointing at Rui Wei. The people beside him immediately moved. All types of secret treasures flickered, shining with divine splendor. Kacha! Suddenly, a terrifying sound rang out. An expanse of immortal light surged. The depths of the origin magnetic ancient cave shook violently. Then, violent waves surged like a mountain flood. One man, one mount, trampled over the resplendent light, breaking through the origin magnetic energy, rushing out like a war god. The origin magnetic immortal cave was like a sea of blood, a vast expanse. They brought with them heaven overflowing divine flames, galloping through the sky with great momentum. Chila! The secret treasures flying towards Rui Wei were swept by a streak of light, but they were turned into fragments, unable to take a single blow. You all want to send me on my way? Help me become an immortal? Yi Fan's body was tall and sturdy. His black hair fluttered about, and his eyes were like lightning. He sat upright on top of the longma, one man and one mount flowing with precious splendor. You entered the Taigu immortal cave and didn't die. These people felt their bodies turn cold. How great of a transformation was this? Just now, they were still holding their heads high and complacent, thinking that the heavens were helping them, borrowing the origin magnetic ancient cave to end the life of a great enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would directly kill their way out? Xiao! A divine needle flew out noiselessly. There was only a faint flash of light as it pierced towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Someone was attacking. How could they be kind now? Strike first and gain the upper hand.
This group of people all possessed extraordinary powers, and when they joined forces, they could be considered a terrifying force. In particular, a few of them were disciples of major forces in the Second Human City, and they were typical local bullies. Over the years, they had used their connections to enter the dojo many times, and they had obtained great benefits from it.
They had never suffered any losses. A halo appeared behind Yi Fan's head, and the divine needle was turned into dust. At the same time, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with magnetic immortal light and shot out. Ah! With a scream, the sneak attacker's entire body disintegrated, and then turned into flying ash. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, and his body and soul were both destroyed. You merged with the magnetic immortal light? Yan Qifeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Since ancient times, how many heroes wanted to collect the immortal light, and almost all of them failed?
He shouted, "Don't use metal treasures."
The expressions of the others changed. Some opened their mouths and spat out a jade bell, while others flew out a stone sword from between their eyebrows. They were all rare secret treasures with peerless power, and they attacked together. In this place, mist rushed into the sky, and the chaotic energy flow was earth-shattering. It was exceptionally terrifying.
However, Yi Fan's right hand slashed out, and a large expanse of immortal light flew out, destroying all the weapons and turning them into dust.
Yi Fan's attack power was extremely great, and what he cultivated was the magnetic immortal light. It wasn't electromagnetic, and non-metallic weapons could still be broken. Kill! Someone shouted, but he quickly retreated, wanting to escape. The person charging at the front instantly turned pale. Even his companion had fled, so how could he fight? Chila! Yi Fan raised his hand, shooting out a streak of light. It spread out like a ripple, possessing extreme speed. The body of the one who tried to escape immediately disintegrated, and then turned into a bloody mist. Since everyone is so kind, wishing to send me on my way, then don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have to properly entertain you all. He was like a god of death, stopping everyone alone.
Brother Yi, it's good that you're fine.
Rui Wei cried out. Yi Fan expressed his thanks. Then, when he faced these people again, he didn't show any mercy, starting to attack powerfully. Origin magnetic immortal light surged. For people cried out in succession. Their souls left their bodies, turning into field energy, scattering between heaven and earth. Then their flesh turned into ashes. This was a type of fatal blow. Close to half of the dozen or so people died in the blink of an eye. The remaining people were incomparably shaken, and even Yan Qifeng's expression changed. The other party's gains from the immortal cave were tremendous, actually able to use this type of power. Do we still have a choice? Attack together and kill him. Someone shouted loudly. It was definitely too late to escape now. This executioner wouldn't let them go. Yi Fan pointed out. The bodies of those who surrounded him all collapsed, breaking apart inch by inch under the origin magnetic immortal light. As for their souls, they were blasted out, instantly disintegrating, dying even faster. The few remaining people felt a chill from head to toe. This type of secret technique was too terrifying, as if a divine king was patrolling, facing the mortals of the lower realms. Yan Qifeng sighed softly. In the end, the difference in strength between these people and Yi Fan was too great. Otherwise, how could they end up like this? They seriously underestimated this person's strength. Now that he thought about it, Guan Cheng and Heaven Wasteland 13 Steed's second leader intentionally or unintentionally belittled Yi Fan's strength, just wanting to drag them down with him. Right now, they didn't follow him, truly hateful. I'll leave these people to you. I'll deal with him. Yi Fan left the others to Longma, and then he faced Yan Qifeng himself. There were holy beasts closing in from all directions, paying close attention, but they didn't dare interfere. They could sense the power of the humans here. I'll send you all on your way, Longma said. He turned into a beam of origin magnetic immortal light and rushed forward. His basin-sized hooves smashed and hacked. Miserable cries rang out as flesh and broken bones flew in all directions. Yi Fan and Yan Qifeng also began to fight. Divine light overflowed in all directions, and wondrous techniques were endless. Yan Qifeng had cultivated for many years and endured for many years. He felt that he had accumulated enough and wanted to step onto the starry sky ancient path, but he never thought that he would directly encounter such a great enemy. It was an intense confrontation, a battle of life and death. Yan Qifeng was indeed outstanding.
He held the war god whip in his hand, and every time he swung it, there would be the sound of wind and thunder.
In the distance, the mountain range collapsed one after another.
He fought until his eyes were red.
He was very strong and was indeed a rare expert, surpassing Mount Junwei Lord. However, after encountering Yi Fan, he could only nurse a grievance in the end. The forbidden weapons on Yan Qifeng's body exploded one after another. These were magic treasures left behind by his mysterious ancestor to protect his life. Some of them could even seriously injure Saint Kings, but they couldn't hit Yi Fan. In the end, Yi Fan wielded a bronze sword and slashed out. The upper half of Yan Qifeng's body flew out and was sliced in half at the waist. Yan Qifeng shouted loudly.
He opened his mouth and spat out a little person that was exactly the same as him.
This little person faced off against Yi Fan, who was chasing after him. In the sky filled with flames, his primordial spirit disappeared and his physical body shattered.
Death substitution art.
Yi Fan's expression was ice-cold. On the other side, Longma had also ended his battle. Those people were all crushed into pieces by him. Not a single one of them escaped. Yan Qifeng has some background. If someone doesn't follow the rules and returns to the city, it will be troublesome. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt a sense of urgency. He needed an ancient land to break through. Tens of thousands of miles away, a few old men were flying. They were precisely Di Tian's subordinates. They actually managed to sneak in. Oh, the so-called training grounds aren't that hard to enter.
Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the divine materials we gave out ultimately left a gap for them to enter.
Be careful. This governor isn't someone easy to deal with.
These few old men were all extraordinary.
They were demons that Di Tian subdued in the depths of the starry space ancient pathway. All of them had profound magical powers and were incomparably powerful. After they entered, they started searching for Yi Fan.
Only in the hands of young Sir Di Tian can the origin of the Tao be unleashed.
He's just a green leaf, yet he wants to walk his own path. He will soon understand what reality is. These people were searching for Yi Fan. They didn't stop and launched a carpet search. At this moment, Yi Fan was facing an extremely serious problem.
After comprehending in this Tao ground and cultivating in the origin magnetic immortal cave, it was truly difficult for him to suppress his cultivation base. He stood alone in an ancient land and punched out with ferocious might, penetrating through the sky and destroying a large stretch of the void, unleashing an incomparable might. He used his strength to break through the sky, wanting to rush out of this sealed Tao ground and enter the outerverse to see what kind of place he had arrived at exactly.
Yi Fan was unleashing his excess energy and combat prowess. If not, he would most probably break through in the next 15 minutes. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather, he felt that this ancient land wasn't to his liking. Boom! Battle Saint Art, Manifestation Fusion, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, 5 Elements Divine Light, Golden Divine Treasury, Origin Magnetic Immortal Light. At this instant, Yi Fan unleashed all sorts of secret arts, raising his combat prowess to the peak. In addition, he activated the Divine Restriction, causing the secret word, all, to take effect. Terror towered up into the sky, actually breaking through this restriction, revealing a vast starry space. The aura of an ancient emperor. Yi Fan's heart trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He felt that there was a majestic star here that was extremely suitable for him to break through to the Saint Realm. At the same time, many people in the primordial Tao ground were shocked. That tyrannical aura earlier was so powerful that it could devour mountains and rivers, as though it wanted to shatter the universe. Too powerful, it seems to have torn apart this entire ancient land. Some people rushed over here. However, at the instant when Yi Fan was in a daze, the restriction was restored. The starry space vanished, the sky closed up, everything disappeared. However, he wasn't worried. Since he could break through the restriction once, he would be able to do it a second time. He already had a direction. Oh, Tao friend Yi, we meet again. Truly, it's a small world. A few old men finally arrived. How did you guys enter? Yi Fan coldly asked. He instantly thought of Grand Governor Yu Han. Seems like the second city of the human race was very complicated. There were no good people here. An old man walked up. We appreciate that you are a talent. Sir D has the courage to devour the entire universe. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you under our command. Are you willing to offer your Tao origins and submit to us? You guys from the other races barged into the human race's Tao ground and have already committed a grave sin. Yet, you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Yi Fan spoke in a heavy voice. Rules are meant to be broken. Regardless of whether you can accept it or not, this is reality. A foreign race expert coldly spoke. Yi Fan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning as he faced them directly. His killing intent surged like a tsunami. One of them coldly snorted, "You aren't recognized by the heavens and earth and are destined to be a supporting character in this world. Yet, you still want to obtain the Tao? You overestimate your own capabilities. There's no hope for you to become an emperor." Do I still need anyone's recognition to become an emperor? What Tao origins? In my eyes they are nothing. You guys don't understand my path and can't see it either. Yi Fan calmly spoke. How can we not see it? You are about to become a saint and your strength is truly terrifying. You can kill saints and kill heroes. However, with us here today you have no hope. You have no way to become a saint. Let me make you understand reality. The foreign race experts surrounded him. Chapter 1276. In the surroundings, gigantic trees towered into the sky. Their trunks were as thick as mountains and their branches were like coiling dragons, extending towards the heavens. The trees were lush and verdant, suppressing the entire mountain range beneath them. Wild beasts roamed about, bringing with them clouds and mist, causing the supreme ancient Tao right to seem even more vast. This was a primitive ancient land. Golden-winged dragons soared through the air. The cries of green divine wands shook the 9 heavens. They would occasionally appear, exuding boundless saintly might and terrifying auras. Yi Fan, on the other hand, engaged in an intense battle with a few foreign race experts. He entered a swamp from one mountain range to another, destroying many desolate mountain ranges and startling ancient beasts one after another. Although you are very strong, exceeding our expectations, since we dared to act against you, how can we not have methods to deal with you? An expert from the other races laughed strangely. At this moment, his face was filled with unmasked malevolence and revealed his true appearance. He wasn't as old as imagined. He was a monster. He had a humanoid body with a human head in the center. His face was covered with fine jade-green scales and he had a wide mouth filled with fangs. He also had a head of jade-green hair. On his left shoulder, there was a silver-colored wolf head that was ferocious and evil. It opened its bloody mouth wide and exuded killing intent. And on his right shoulder, there was a crow head that was as black as ink. Black mist churned around it and emitted an aura of death. When it opened its mouth, it sounded like a death knell. As for the others, they all had strange appearances and weren't humans. They were a terrifying race from the depths of the starry space, and each of them possessed heaven-shaking divine arts. These experts from the other races were the capable subordinates of Tion. Each of them could kill ancient saints. Also, they were creating a formation named the 6 Harmonies God-subduing formation. It was extremely terrifying. So what if your talent is extraordinary? Can you be stronger than Saint Kings? This is a Tao art created by the ancestor of young Master Tion. It's specially used to deal with supreme experts. Today, you will have no path to the heavens or the earth. The 3-headed expert from the other races laughed sinisterly. That crow-head's call was exceptionally ear-piercing, akin to the rumbling of a death knell. All living beings and plants were engulfed by the black mist and were all turned into ashes. The mountains and valleys within a 10,000-mile radius were transformed into a land of death. Yi Fan wasn't surrounded by them. He circulated the attainment technique, and beneath his feet were pieces of Tao patterns that flickered with brilliant divine radiance. It was as if a golden bolt of lightning was moving about. If I don't submit to the source of Tao now, when will I? You have to understand that the opportunity is fleeting. It's too late to regret. The origin magnetic immortal light danced about like a brilliant river of stars descending, causing these people to fall into a passive position from time to time, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. Yi Fan was in a frenzy as he executed the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. His steps were steady and he never stepped into the 6-direction God-subduing array. This battle attracted the attention of many people. Many trial takers were alarmed. They either stood at the peak of the mountain or stood in the sky, secretly watching from afar. Yi Wuhuan, the second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, narrowed his eyes.
Clad in azure armor, he held a large halberd in his hand and watched coldly from afar, ready to strike at any time.
Guancheng was in another ancient land. He was expressionless as he gripped a bronze dagger axe with all his might. His knuckles turned white as he stared at it without blinking. Seeing Yi Fan sweep through everything and fight in the great wilderness, he couldn't help but think of that person's figure in the past. This kind of invincible temperament that could devour mountains and rivers was too similar. Uya Mo, Tuoba Yu, Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, and the others were all alarmed. They stood between the stone mountains and ancient veins, watching the battle seriously. Yi Fan was alone on a horse with a black spear in his hand. He fought a great battle in the primordial Taoist rite, shocking everyone. Every spear strike caused the great Tao to rumble. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like lightning. Every spear strike would shatter a mountain range. Even if there were restrictions, it was useless. Many ancient lands were turned into ashes. His divine might was matchless. However, these 6 foreign races were too powerful. This was an unrivaled combination. How could they kill trial takers? They could clearly kill Saint Kings. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Fan wasn't surrounded. If not, once the grand formation closed, it would be useless no matter who came. It would be hard to change his fate. This formation was incomparably terrifying. One mustn't fall into it. The only correct path was to fight outside the formation. Young Master D has obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth and will definitely become an emperor in the future. As for you, you are not accepted by the heavens. Do you still not understand the disparity between the two of you? A foreign race expert coldly laughed, wanting Yi Fan to see reality and lower his head to them. You can change your fate. If you can stand beside a great emperor, you will be filled with glory. You won't have to die on the path to becoming an emperor. Both parties fought, transforming into a stretch of light that swept through the mountains and many divine lakes, startling numerous ferocious beasts. Following behind young Master D is a choice for you to change your fate. You have to understand that this opportunity is fleeting. This group of people had terrifying combat prowess. But when facing against Yi Fan, they encountered trouble as well. This was a tough bone to chew. This battle lasted for a very long time. Yi Fan frowned because he would soon be unable to suppress it any longer. It was very possible that he would break through to the Saint Realm at any moment. I can sense it. You are about to break through to the Saint Realm. That would be too dangerous for us. Since you don't want to grasp this opportunity, we can only kill you. One of them spoke. After that, they roared in unison. An ancient wooden box appeared in the air and was refined by the 6 of them. It emitted beams of strange light that permeated every opening. The box exploded, radiating beams of immortal light that flew towards Yi Fan, enveloping him. He was like a giant cocoon, trapped within. What was this? The people from afar felt their hair standing on end. They could feel a terrifying energy permeating the air. This energy was extremely demonic. The broken bones of the great sage were grinded into dust by a supreme divine weapon. Secret ingredients from the various heavens were added and refined into Tao transformation powder. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are touched by it, you can only passively transform into the Tao. Upon hearing this cold sentence, the hearts of everyone trembled. This was a supreme killing weapon. What was the most terrifying thing in the world? Transforming into the Tao was undoubtedly one. Even great ancient emperors had to transform into the Tao after death. Didn't you want to become a saint? Now, you will transform into the Tao. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will never be able to become a saint. These cold words caused many people's hearts to turn cold. These methods were too vicious. The foreign races were too vicious. Cutting off one's hopes of becoming a saint was even more painful than killing them. On the plaza of the second human city, Great Commander Yuhan saw the scene in the archaic Tao right through an ancient mirror. A cold smile appeared on his face. We can move out now. Bring the origin of the Tao over. Great Commander, please give your instructions. More than 10 old soldiers walked up, every one of them surging with battle intent. It was unknown just how many battles they had experienced. They all crawled out from piles of corpses. Bring this ancient mirror with you. It is an archaic magical artifact that controls this Tao right. It can use the power of heaven and earth to suppress enemies. Great Commander Yuhan handed over the ancient mirror in his hands. Yuhan told them that they could only use this artifact at the most crucial moment. This was because this artifact consumed too much essence energy. Controlling it for a long period of time would suck one's body dry. In the archaic Tao rite, Yi Fan and Longma were trapped in a cocoon. Even saint monarchs would have a hard time escaping the fate of transforming into the Tao if they came into contact with it. At this moment, Yi Fan displayed an extraordinary divine ability. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture shone brightly and flew out from his forehead one after another, surrounding him and Longma in the center. The great sage's Tao powder could not touch them. The 9 ancient characters shone brightly and emitted an immortal radiance, making him appear holy and dignified. Even Longma's heart palpitated. Then the space between Yi Fan's brows flickered again. The 9 ancient characters transmitted to him by the divine will of the Sun Saint Emperor were also reflected. They formed on his white forehead and jumped out one after another. The 9 Emperor characters of the Tao scripture protected him. The 9 ancient characters of the Sun Saint scripture began to counterattack. This was a blazing divine power that could destroy everything. With a boom, the great sage's Tao cocoon collapsed. Everyone was shocked. This was too sudden. This was a taboo item refined with the remains of the great sage as the main material and the secret materials of the heavens as the supplementary materials. Yet, it did not trap Yi Fan. At this time, the chaos in the outside world also shocked Yi Fan. More than 10 old soldiers sacrificed an ancient mirror and were attacking the 6 members of the foreign races. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. Bloody mist filled the air. Both sides paid the price in blood. He broke out of the Tao cocoon at this time. Immediately, both sides were shaken and stopped. Yi Fan immediately understood. Great Commander Yuhan purposely let the 6 members of the foreign races in to eliminate him. Then, he sent his capable subordinates to rush over at the crucial moment. He wanted to reap the benefits in the end. At this moment, both sides' gazes fell on him. This was a terrifying murderous intent. They both wanted the origin of the Tao in his body. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. You all deserve to die. When I return, I will visit you one by one and take your dog heads. After saying this, Yi Fan left without looking back. He used the Rho formula and fled hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was now in great trouble and could no longer suppress his own power. He was about to break through and become a saint. He wanted to calm down and deal with the heavenly tribulation. For anyone who could reach this step, the saint tribulation was the most difficult life and death trial in their life. There was no room for carelessness or carelessness. Moreover, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was different from the others. It was exceptionally sharp and needed to be even more cautious. We can't let him go. We can't let him become a saint. At all costs, interfere with his process of becoming a saint and make him fail at the last step. The 6 members of the foreign races shouted. They could not allow such a thing to happen. They used all means to search and stop Yi Fan from becoming a saint. The dozen or so old soldiers did not follow them. Instead, they hid in a valley and used the treasured mirror in their hands. They wanted to control the primordial Taoist rite and find where Yi Fan was. However, they could not find him no matter how hard they tried. At this moment, Yi Fan laid down the heaven-deceiving matrix. His real body sat in the green cauldron to suppress himself. He wanted his body and mind to reach an absolute state of emptiness in order to deal with the unimaginable saint tribulation. This was the most important step in his life and he could not afford to make any mistakes. This rite is not the ideal place to undergo the tribulation. If I become a saint here, I'm really unwilling, Yi Fan said to himself. He thought of the starry sky he saw when he used his battle prowess to forcefully break through this rite. He clenched his teeth and said, I'll rush out of this cage and take a look at the outside world. I can clearly feel the aura of the ancient emperors. That should be the ideal place. Yi Fan sat in the green cauldron and calmed his heart. He actually meditated for a day and a night and was not forced to make a breakthrough. All right, I'll rush out and take a look. When I return as a saint, I'll settle the score with you all. He made such a decision. Longma agreed. It also wanted to find that ancient land and become a saint. This was a pitch-black night. Not a sound could be heard. Yi Fan had made all his preparations. Boom! The horse stepped into the sky. 1 man and 1 mount went against the heavens. Yi Fan held the black spear in one hand and pierced through the sky. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was unparalleled and tyrannical, smashing the universe. The Battle Saint technique, the fusion of phenomena. Yi Fan used all kinds of secret techniques and rushed into the sky. He was like a peerless overlord that crushed the primordial Taoist rite. He rushed into a land of stars. Perhaps it was fate. At this moment, only one person saw this scene, and it was still Guan Cheng. He opened his mouth in shock and wanted to say something. However, his throat moved and moved, but no sound came out. His face was pale as if he had lost all his strength. He suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 1277. A silver flame was throbbing about. It was especially dazzling in the cosmos. The vast star domain was boundless, and there wasn't a single light that could compare to that place. Yi Fan rode through the sky, breaking through the seal and rushing out of the archaic Tao rite. He arrived in the boundless star domain and broke free. He had reason to believe that the archaic Tao rite was a primal chaos immortal earth. From the ancient times until now, the boundless universe had no boundaries. Compared to it, even a majestic ancient star was as insignificant as a speck of dust, let alone a person. Yi Fan immediately held his spear horizontally. His body and mind became clear. He suppressed the urge to become a saint and gazed at the stellar streams, watching the resplendent silver flames. The aura of an ancient great emperor. He said to himself. This feeling couldn't be wrong. There seemed to be an ancient star with life ahead that had previously produced a great emperor. That type of majesty and vastness was incomparable. Longma didn't wait for him to say anything more. He stepped through the sky, leaving behind a streak of flowing light as he rushed towards the resplendent silver flames. The distance wasn't that great, and it was close to this region. That grand aura covered heaven and earth, making one couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. There was a type of vastness, and even more a type of grandeur. This was a great star that was shockingly large. It was unknown just how many moons revolved around it, dazzling and resplendent. This used to be an ancient land of life, but now, there were no creatures. One could vaguely sense its past glory. Longma broke out into a cold shiver. He quickly stopped and no longer dared to advance. He finally saw what that was. Within the silver flames, all types of divine chains of order interweaved. There were golden source natural laws, gray mist, and green life force. All types of Tao merged together to form an expanse of flames. The power of the Tao. The entire ancient star was filled with this type of terrifying aura. A majestic land of life ended because of this. How could a star with life be filled with this type of power? It was simply inconceivable. How did this happen? Yi Fan was stupefied. This was hard to imagine. This power of the Tao was enough to devour everything. Even the great sage would die if he came. One man and one mount stood there. Their divinity sublimated, their body and mind tranquil. They silently sensed the vicissitudes of this vast planet. All of a sudden, Yi Fan heard a fluctuation of aging. The emperor is dead, the gods of the various domains are in chaos, and the celestial court has collapsed. This was an incomplete sentence, yet it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed through the boundless universe, and it caused Yi Fan's heart to shake violently while he shuddered. Did you hear that? Yi Fan asked Longma. What did you hear? Longma didn't understand and revealed a suspicious expression. The emperor has already died, the divine generals of the various regions are in chaos, the celestial court collapsing in a single day. The remnant words were like thunder, making the entire star domain tremble, vast, majestic, and deafening. Yi Fan woke up with a start and stared at this vast planet. Longma, on the other hand, didn't feel anything and was very astonished by his reaction. Emperor's death, the celestial court collapsing, and everything was in chaos. This was a wave of desolate aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. It made Yi Fan feel the sorrow of the end of a glorious era. This was definitely a great character. Otherwise, how could he have the right to be sad and say such words? Tens of thousands of years had passed, and no one knew. There was no way to verify it. The appearance of this great planet was most likely related to the death of the celestial court. Yi Fan had heard the same words on Earth. That was from a corner of the ancient imperial palace platform, and it was like an old matter that would never return. Had the collapse of the celestial court affected the entire starry sky of the universe? This was such a shocking fact. From Earth to here, they had crossed countless galaxies. This great planet was only one of the places affected. However, why was it so serious? Was it caused by a single person's Tao transformation? It had been too long. The immortal Heavenly Emperor had established the glory of the Big Dipper archaic era. Even his deeds were so old that they were indistinct and couldn't be verified. There was no need to talk about the earlier celestial court. That was an old matter from the archaic era. Apart from a few ancient races that were fortunate enough to survive, no one else could look back and see it clearly. This is bad. Longma was worried. His judgment was wrong. There was no life star here. Only tranquility. Whoever dared to go forward to undergo the tribulation would inevitably be transformed into the Tao. This time, it's really bad. I can't suppress my realm anymore. I thought I could happily pass the trial just now, but I didn't expect to encounter such an unforeseen event. Divine radiance curled around its body, and multicolored splendor scurried about chaotically. Its body was crackling incessantly as if it was about to sprout wings and ascend. Its divine power surged uncontrollably. What should it do? The present conditions couldn't even compare to the archaic Taoist rite. What was here? There was only the endless void. On the ancient starry sky path, there was an ancient land prepared for trial takers to become saints. Once one passed the trial, there would be many benefits. It could even affect one's future achievements and widen the path ahead. There was nothing here, and the guide on the ancient path couldn't have arranged anything. What kind of Tao fruit could one comprehend after passing the trial? Yi Fan said, "For me, it's best if an ancient star appears where a great emperor once ruled. Everything else doesn't matter. However, you need a pure land with all kinds of laws to comprehend the order of heaven and earth. This is a bit troublesome. It's not like I'm attaining the position of the great sage. There's no need to face the starry sky. This is going to be fun." Longma drooped his head. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "If you aren't afraid of transforming into the Tao, that ancient star ahead will be a blessed land for you to reverse the fortune." He pointed forward. That place was resplendent with all kinds of flames and endless laws. The power of transforming into the Tao filled the air. That's purely courting death. Longma's expression changed. Who could resist the power of transforming into the Tao? The slightest bit of carelessness and one's cultivation would be completely destroyed. You don't have any other choice. If you want to become stronger, this is the ideal place. Yi Fan leapt up and pushed him towards that great star with silver flames throbbing about. Longma released a strange cry, but he himself didn't stop. He followed this wave of power and rushed over, only stopping after reaching a certain distance. Yi Fan strolled through the starry sky and observed this star domain. His brows furrowed and then his expression became calm as he observed this star domain. There was actually more than one place with life. There were a few planets that had glorious pasts, but now, they had all dried up and returned to deathly stillness. He didn't ascend a star and directly chose to advance through the cosmos void. He was surrounded by these dried-up ancient lands and was in the middle. This one is going to start. As long as I can survive, I will definitely be unmatched under the heavens in the future. Longma shouted to encourage himself. He didn't want to transform into the Tao and wanted to illuminate these natural laws. When he was a certain distance away from that majestic light flame, he no longer suppressed his realm and began to break through. In that instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All types of light danced about and a sea of lightning descended. Longma's heavenly tribulation arrived with great power. Endless lightning, countless tribulations, great yin, great yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and other heavenly tribulations interweaved together. There were too many types to count, all of them the greatest and most terrifying lightning tribulation. Longma was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. He indeed had the qualifications to be ostentatious. One could tell from his tribulation that this was far from an ordinary saint tribulation. Lightning radiance flickered, terrifying beyond compare. Lightning appeared in the void and wrapped around it. That place became a tribulation pool. It cried out miserably. That great star that had transformed into the Tao also displayed abnormal movements. Streak after streak of silver radiance surged like smoke and mist, continuously spreading towards Longma. This was an extremely great threat. Not only were there all types of natural laws in order, there was even more power that had transformed into the Tao. It could mercilessly obliterate all life forms. Longma let out a long howl and made a fuss. Now was not the time to pretend to be unrestrained. It neighed, barked, roared and roared. The scales on its body opened and closed, and its mane fluttered like flames. It jumped and crossed the tribulation while keeping a vigilant eye on the ancient star. To Longma, this was both an opportunity and a test of death. It drew on the lightning tribulation to cleanse and block the power of transformation into the Tao while comprehending the other natural laws and order. Slowly, it finally found the trick and grasped the balance. It absorbed what it needed and used lightning to resolve the crisis. Of course, the heavenly tribulation was also dangerous. Its skin and flesh were lacerated, and even its bones and tendons were broken. It was covered in blood. This was the Saint Tribulation, the most terrifying. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cross it calmly. In the end, Longma was almost crippled. "I'll fight it out with the damned heavens." Longma was covered in blood. It was unknown how many of its bones were broken. Fortunately, it could recover quickly every time. It was difficult and painful. It endured the fatigue and resisted the punishment of the heavens. Yi Fan glanced at it. Although it was suffering, it could still persevere. He believed that Longma could get through it, even though that kind of tribulation far exceeded the scope of ordinary saints. "It's time for me to cross the tribulation." Yi Fan stretched his body and opened his chest. He looked up at the boundless sky and stood alone under the vast starry sky. He began to break through and welcome his own heavenly tribulation. Strands of holy power overflowed from his body, and rays of divine splendor bloomed. His entire body was brilliant as if it was cast from gold. Blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like dragons. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly punishment flared up. It was so violent that it was unbelievable. It was too resplendent, as if countless stars had fallen and drowned this place. Yi Fan directly disappeared. He was swallowed by the sea of stars. This star domain was drowned in divine splendor. There was light everywhere, and his body couldn't be seen at all. Longma's eyes widened. If its heavenly tribulation was said to be far beyond that of ordinary saints, it would be like rivers of stars falling down and converging into a vast ocean, covering this place. Then Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was like a vast ocean smashing down directly, and not just one by one. This greatly stimulated it, and it cried out, "Are you kidding me? Is this still a heavenly tribulation? The universe's starry sky has been buried. How can people still live?" Fortunately, the two of them were far enough away. Otherwise, Longma would be in danger. That was simply not a heavenly tribulation, but the arrival of the end of the world. In the terrifying light, planets began to explode and turn into dazzling light. However, in the sea of heavenly tribulation, it was only a few waves and couldn't cause too much of a ripple. Yi Fan expected that the heavenly tribulation would be very fierce, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. Even his powerful body had traces of blood appearing, and his joints were cracking. This was a heavenly punishment that skinned and tempered every piece of flesh in his body. It could really be said that the bones were smashed and then reconstructed. Yi Fan's Saint Heavenly Tribulation was too tyrannical. The most terrifying lightning in the world had appeared. He immediately took out the myriad chi cauldron. It rose and fell with him, undergoing the baptism. This was because this item would also undergo a qualitative change and rise to a higher level today. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's bones were broken many times. His entire body was almost obliterated, and it was constantly being refined and reconstructed, flickering with radiance. He endured the pain and resisted the tribulation. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. After another period of time, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the depths of the sea of lightning. There was the aura of an ancient emperor pervading the air, as well as another kind of imposing power. Chapter 1278. The thunderous waterfall crashed down, vast and boundless, and this was only a corner of the sea of thunder. The waves were magnificent and boundless, and the tide of the heavenly tribulation engulfed the boundless star region. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying tribulation in his life. He was resisting the heavenly punishment with great difficulty, and at the same time, he had to guard against the fluctuations in the depths of the sky. The aura of the ancient emperors was pervading the air. "Brat, good luck to you. I can't help you much, and I can't even protect myself." Longma shouted from afar. Its skin and flesh were split open, and its bones and tendons were broken. It continued to reconstruct and refine its body. Longma saw how tragic Yi Fan's great tribulation was and was greatly stimulated.
It felt that since such a great tribulation existed in this world, then what it was facing was nothing, and it could definitely pass through it. In a sense, Yi Fan's current tragic scene greatly encouraged Longma's faith. This unscrupulous horse began to charge with all its might, and flatten the obstacles to becoming a saint. Boom! The black light was boundless, submerging the star region. The divine lightning descended, and it was greater than all the previous tribulations. It filled this star region, and many stars were submerged within, exploding one after another. This was a peerless terror, and this scene was enough to make any saint tremble in fear. If the heavens allowed a person to break through, how could they send down such a tribulation? This was a sign of not being recognized by the heavens. They did their best to exceed the limits of the punishment, and wanted to destroy the saint. This divine lightning was filled with immortal mist, and the black light flickered. It completely smashed Yi Fan into pieces, and even his cauldron was cracked. It could be said to be the most tragic tribulation he had ever experienced. Dong! His body emitted the sound of a heavenly drum, and rays of golden divine radiance shot out. His broken body and broken bones were once again reconstructed, and refined into one. Yi Fan endured the pain of his broken body, and once again refined the myriad qi cauldron. He chanted the ancient scriptures he obtained from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and poured them into the cracks on the cauldron, densely covering it, and then accepted the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. This cauldron was extraordinary. It was originally an immortal material exclusive to emperors, and it was made to forge unparalleled emperor weapons. Now that it was reforged and tempered, it became even more ancient and mysterious. Rumble! Another exceptional sea of lightning descended. Golden light shone resplendently, illuminating the entire cosmos. It was as if the great explosion of the star domain had occurred. The dazzling light was 10,000 times more terrifying than the destruction of countless stars. The divine thunder of the sun arrived, blasting Yi Fan's flesh and blood everywhere. Even though his body was strong, it was still a narrow escape. His bones were broken inch by inch, and his tendons and vessels were ruptured. Blood splashed everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Similarly, the cauldron cracked once more, almost breaking into pieces. It bobbed up and down in front of Yi Fan's brow, as if it would collapse and scatter in all directions at any time. Yi Fan circulated his mystic arts and melted his broken body back into one. His bloodline became stronger and he used the swordsman formula to make himself indestructible. He continuously baptized his bones. At the same time, he tempered the cauldron again and again, striking hundreds of ancient characters into the cracks, merging them into one. This was a painful ordeal. The size of the lightning tribulation and the strength of the heavenly punishment had exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. He could no longer transcend the tribulation as calmly as he had in the past. The slightest carelessness would result in the destruction of both his body and soul. Boom! Following that, the 5 elements heavenly tribulation descended. 5 beams of divine light swept down, smashing Yi Fan 5 times in a row. It was the same for the myriad qi cauldron. It trembled continuously and almost broke into pieces. Yi Fan suffered extreme tribulations again and again. If it was an ordinary person, any one of the attacks would have turned him into ashes. Since the ancient times, not many people could withstand it. This was the greatest punishment for those who had the ambition to become emperor. Boom! Another great tribulation came. The lightning was dazzling and filled the sky, boundless. He clenched his teeth and endured. However, he was worried that the cauldron would be destroyed because of this, destroying his tool of achieving the Tao. Gotcha! The most terrifying thing finally happened. The myriad qi cauldron broke into pieces and floated in the void of the universe. They surrounded him in the center and lost their luster. How could this be? Yi Fan muttered bitterly. The myriad qi origin root was rarely seen in the world. It was found by the vicious great emperor. It was unknown which star domain he obtained it from. It was a true immortal object, yet it shattered just like that. Tens of thousands of streaks of divine multicolored light hacked down. They struck these fragments, creating sonorous sounds and releasing ear-splitting sounds. Wisps of mysterious aura flowed. Yi Fan's body cracked. He was once again destroyed by the lightning tribulation. His bones creaked and blood splashed everywhere, landing on the fragments of the cauldron. Clang! Blood scattered everywhere. All the fragments of the cauldron shone and released sword energy that rushed into the heavens. It split the sky dome and shattered the immortal lightning.
It rumbled and shook the entire sky dome. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. The cauldron did not die and contained a vigorous fighting spirit. This was just the beginning. A path of transformation. Struggle, struggle, this was the moment. Endless lightning descended. Even though the cauldron fragments would shatter from time to time, turning into even finer lumps, Yi Fan was no longer that worried. It was because he thought of a possibility. The Tao scriptures recorded a method to refine an artifact. During the Saint Tribulation, it would undergo a qualitative change. It needed this cauldron to be reborn and give birth to a deity. This was the cauldron's self-destruction and rebirth, the embodiment of its desire for change. Blood mixed with the cauldron fragments as they trembled and released rumbling sounds. Every single piece of the cauldron had sword energy that rushed into the heavens. They hacked apart the sea of lightning, unyielding and unyielding as they resisted the tribulation. Yi Fan's flesh was broken apart again and again. Blood splashed onto the cauldron fragments, making them even more spiritual. They continuously released light cries as if they were mumbling. This was a painful tribulation. Yi Fan endured the heavenly punishment of having his body torn to pieces every minute and second. His flesh, shattered bones, and cauldron fragments merged together. Forge my Tao, forge my cauldron. Even though he suffered unbearable pain, each time he was reconstructed, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Hundreds of ancient characters continuously flew out, entering the broken cauldron fragments and merging into it. This was the ancient scripture from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Even now, Yi Fan still couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't something he could understand at his cultivation level. It was cryptic and difficult to understand. However, even if he couldn't comprehend it, it couldn't stop him from using it. Ever since he forged the all-life energy cauldron back then, he continuously merged these scriptures into the cauldron, imperceptibly influencing it and making it transform. This was especially the case when he was on the other side of the starry sky. During the Great Tribulation of the 3 slashes of the Tao, he even chanted this scripture, refining the all-life energy cauldron to face the tribulation together. Even though he didn't know the secrets of this scripture, he persisted, making his own cauldron remember it. He used hundreds of ancient characters to hammer it into the only Tao artifact. Wenglonglong. The 9 Great Tribulation descended. 9 streaks of light hacked down, destroying all things. Many stars exploded. This region covered by the heavenly tribulation experienced great destruction. Yi Fan released a long roar. The little golden figure rushed out from the space between his brows, receiving the same baptism as his physical body. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer, slowly shattering. This was a type of great disaster. When the spirit was destroyed, the person would die. The physical body could be reconstructed, but once the primordial spirit was destroyed, everything would be for naught. Ah! Yi Fan released a long roar, full of unwillingness. His Saint Tribulation was so difficult to pass. He didn't want to return to eternal silence. He had to make it through. The swordsman formula operated. After the little golden figure turned into pieces, it was pulled together by a powerful force again, carrying out reconstruction, releasing endless light. My body is immortal, 10,000 tribulations exist forever. He chanted scriptures, strengthening his own Tao. His conviction didn't waver. His will like iron. Meanwhile, the little golden figure also became more and more resplendent, finally making it through this disaster. Of course, this was just a tribulation along the way. There were still many more difficulties ahead. However, Yi Fan found hope, firmly believing that he could make it through. 1 bolt, 2 bolts. Countless bolts of lightning descended again and again, and each time, it was different. In the end, the little golden figure was scattered many times, condensing again and again with great difficulty, becoming a whole. He didn't know if it was 100 or 1,000 tribulations, but Yi Fan didn't feel any pain. There was only a type of Tao ringing in his ears. At this moment, a strange change happened to him. Flesh, broken bones, the cracked little golden figure, and the pieces of the broken cauldron actually merged together, rising and falling in the sea of lightning, accepting the refinement. He was forging the cauldron, refining his scattered flesh, primordial spirit, and source energy fragments into one, carrying out a stupefying refinement. The cauldron is me. I am the cauldron. At this moment, there was nothing else, only Tao ringing. There was only a flesh cauldron, rising and falling with all life source energy,
looking incomparably mysterious. This kind of strange cauldron actually blocked the heavenly tribulation, achieving a moment of eternity, immortal in the void of the universe, eternal life. Flesh, blood, flesh, broken primordial spirit, and cauldron fragments merged into one. This was a mysterious scene, using one's body to forge a cauldron, becoming a part of it. If ordinary people knew about this, they would definitely be stupefied, unable to understand. However, at this moment it really happened. It was so mysterious. Great Tao divine sounds rumbled. Yi Fan seemed to have sensed something, couldn't help but think of an extremely widespread saying. The extreme Tao weapons were a type of alternative continuation of the ancient emperor's lives. These words weren't false. The great emperors passed away in meditation, their primordial spirits obliterated, but the emperor weapons contained divine radiance that could illuminate the endless ages, never to be extinguished. At the same time, Yi Fan woke up. Some of the paths he had walked, the ancient emperors had experienced them before. The true emperor's path was all treading on the feet of unmatched beings. They were different, but there were similarities. Wanglong. A great earthquake occurred. This was a disaster of destruction, the most terrifying great tribulation. Primal chaos energy surged, engulfing the starry sea. The boundless primal chaos divine tribulation descended. The peace was broken, the sea of lightning pierced through, making this cauldron explode. Yi Fan's balance and undying were destroyed. Moreover, this time, the cauldron was turned into powder, its flesh and primordial spirit almost ground into light, scattering into the primal chaos. This was the most miserable moment. This type of tribulation represented destruction. It was as if the heavens wanted to destroy everything, turning those who stubbornly walked the emperor's path into dust, into clouds and smoke. However, within this destruction, there was a new power that tore through the boundless primal chaos, shining down from the depths of the heavens. This was a type of power of hope. Yi Fan didn't feel fear, didn't feel impatient. At the final moment of life and death, he calmed down. He had passed through so many tribulations, lingering between life and death. He had done everything he could. Even if he died, he had nothing to complain about, because he had done his best. I can make it through. At this moment, this thought appeared in his mind. He had a premonition that after the primal chaos divine tribulation, there would be another type of tribulation, creation of heaven and earth. Creation of heaven and earth represents the end of destruction, the rebirth of all things. The cauldron and I will be reborn. Yi Fan's will became more and more resolute. The cauldron had already turned into powder, his primordial spirit and flesh in tatters, but they contained the hope of life, a qualitative change about to take place. Chapter 1279. The primal chaos was boundless, all of it immortal lightning. It was boundless and majestic, scattering across the stellar domain, illuminating the glory of endless ages. This was an ultimate type of power. Yi Fan and the cauldron both shattered, turning into dust-like matter. This was especially the case for the golden little figure. It was like a handful of golden grains of sand, brilliant and small as it scattered in all directions. Finally, this boundless destructive primal chaos heavenly tribulation passed. A type of life force pervaded the air, spreading outwards, giving everyone hope. However, Yi Fan didn't dare relax in the slightest. This was still a great tribulation in the end, and not true divine splendor of life that pervaded the air. This was lightning radiance. World creation tribulation. It scattered the primal chaos. Even though it was extremely terrifying, its power great, enough to blast one into ashes, it still contained a layer of hope for life. Under the rumbling sounds, Yi Fan seized this rare chance to recover his flesh. The golden little figure also condensed, and then it forged a cauldron in the world creation tribulation radiance. This great tribulation continued for an exceptionally long time. It was different from the lightning radiance of the past, as if the heavens were truly being opened. In the boundless sea of lightning, in Yi Fan's surroundings, all things were born. Flowers, birds, fish, bugs, stars, gods, devils, humans, ghosts, everything that could be seen took form at this time. These were streaks of lightning, not true creatures. The Kuan Peng spread its wings, rising 90,000 li into the air. Gods and devils roared, opening up primal chaos immortal earth. The true dragon moved its tail, crushing the sun, moon, and stars. The immortal phoenix attacked furiously, splitting apart the cosmos. This vast scene was completely produced from lightning radiance.
This was the creation of an earth creation tribulation, grand and ferocious, making one's soul tremble. Yi Fan's expression changed. At first, he thought that this represented life, but now, it seemed like it also contained great danger. That Kuan Pang threw itself over, that immortal phoenix flapped its wings, if they truly struck his body, it would be a disaster. In this world creation tribulation, even if it was a stalk of grass, a bug, or a sparrow, they were all terrifying, able to bring about an immeasurable killing tribulation. Yi Fan tried to resist these plants, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and everything else. They were all accompanied by exceptional killing radiance, extremely dangerous. Plants, fish, insects, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the immortal phoenix and the white tiger all appeared. There were also gods and devils that roared in the primordial world. Yi Fan was stunned. Why was the scene of everything appearing so similar? With a thought, he slowed down the process of casting the cauldron and thought of the green cauldron. The simple and unadorned damaged cauldron. When the mottled ancient marks were wiped away and the true appearance was revealed, the surface was like this. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, vermilion birds, Qilins, the sun, moon, stars, gods, devils, ancient people, and so on, all the spirits of the world appeared. At this moment, his heart was shaken. He immediately began to forge the cauldron, nurturing it within the heaven and earth creation tribulation, allowing it to be born. Yi Fan's flesh was torn apart and reconstructed, and the little golden figure in front of his forehead was the same. It sat there, devouring heaven and earth, splitting lightning radiance. It was boundless, not a single bit wasted. Then, it was transferred to the cauldron, using the lightning as water and mud to create an ancient cauldron. The myriad qi cauldron had turned into powder, but it wasn't lifeless. It was filled with vitality that was about to undergo a qualitative change. It contained boundless vitality, and it shone brilliantly. Boom! He guided it with his spirit, used his flesh to nourish it, and used lightning as fire. He began to forge the cauldron, and it quickly took shape. The refining technique in the Tao scripture was too important. One of its core essentials was extremely important, and that was to forge a Tao weapon. Of all the weapons in the world, he only needed to grasp one, and that was enough. Yi Fan had cultivated for so many years, and he couldn't be more familiar with the first volume of the Tao scripture. Thus, he reached great heights in the development of this technique, and the cauldron was quickly forged into shape. Or it could be said that the fragments of the cauldron were reviving on their own, reconstructing themselves, and manifesting themselves in the world. The cauldron was formed, and there were patterns of all things on it. There were galaxies curling around it, deities roaring in the primal chaos, and it actually produced rumbling sounds that shook one's blood and flesh to the point of collapse. There were also ancients, vermilion birds, Kuan Pangs, and so on, all of them vivid and lifelike. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects were also there, forming beautiful patterns. Plants and other things were added to the vitality, giving it a real texture and vitality. This is... Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Could the myriad qi cauldron be forged like this? And now, did he experience the tribulation of the past when forging the cauldron? How could there be such a scene? He couldn't help but think. Wang. The heaven-earth splitting tribulation continued. All sorts of plants, fish, insects, immortal essences, ancients, galaxies, and so on were branded onto the cauldron, causing it to become increasingly vast and boundless. Although the cauldron wasn't tall and floated in front of Yi Fan's forehead, it seemed to contain a real universe within it. Yi Fan's body was being repaired. The golden dwarf shone with a resplendent divine light as it sat there, chanting sutras. One could clearly see small golden characters engraved on the cauldron. He was doing his best to imprint the ancient scripture from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin into the cauldron. This scripture was very special and didn't appear in the world. As for whether or not it would succeed, he didn't know. All he could hope for was that it would be of some use. The heaven-earth splitting tribulation entered its most majestic moment, and Yi Fan, the golden dwarf, and the cauldron also reached the most critical moment of their transformation. Bang! The golden dwarf returned to the space between Yi Fan's brows. He cultivated his flesh and divine senses to the peak, breaking through a hurdle and entering the saint realm. 10,000 regions were shaken. At the same time, the cauldron was also rumbling. All living things on it were trembling, as if they were going to revive. One could even hear the roars of primal chaos deities,
as well as the divine bravery of the vermilion bird that swept through 3,000 worlds. Dao, Dao, Dao. Shouts continuously sounded from within the cauldron, dignified and grand, as if they came from the archaic past, from the beginning of the world's creation. Endless streaks of lightning poured down, cleansing this cauldron, making it even more majestic and imposing. It released inviolable holy energy, strand after strand of Tao, crushing the endless blue skies. Inside the cauldron, a deity was born, an undying will appearing. It officially became an undying holy weapon. Bang! All life source energy descended, strand after strand, everything misty. Every strand was comparable to primal chaos sword energy, able to flatten mountains, rivers, and all living things, as well as defend against the collision of stars. Its power was incomparable. When it transformed and sublimated to perfection, the lightning between heaven and earth could no longer harm it in the slightest. When the cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head, millions and millions of strands of source energy protected him within, impervious to all methods and unbreakable. Nothing could approach him, and even the lightning tribulation was blocked outside. In the distance, Longma grimaced in pain. His entire body was covered in white bones, a tragic sight to behold. When he saw Yi Fan's situation, he was dumbstruck. In the end, he was almost devoured by the power of the Tao. He continuously cursed, shouting that this was heaven-defying and that there was no justice in this world. The all-life source energy cauldron was formed, truly becoming an undying holy weapon. It devoured millions and millions of lightning, and in a short moment, it seemed to devour all of the lightning in the sky. Yi Fan didn't use the cauldron to block it. He faced the sky and roared, resisting the final world-splitting tribulation light. At the same time, he didn't forget to continue refining the cauldron. On his forehead, there was an expanse of lustrous white. Ancient characters jumped out one after another. Although it was difficult for them to exist in the world for a long time, they could still appear for a moment, continuously flying towards the cauldron. A deity was born in the cauldron, and it could remember these. At this moment, the cauldron became more and more divine. Apart from the lingering source energy, there was also the cosmos, the galaxy, and all living beings in the surroundings. Hundreds of ancient characters were engraved into the cauldron, remembered by the deity within. From now on, it would transform into every inch and corner of the cauldron. Roar! With a roar, the starry domain moved. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light rushed out of Yi Fan's body. The power of a saint covered the sky and covered the earth. He punched towards the sky, striking towards the final tribulation light. Withdraw! In the end, he let out a light shout. Whether it was his physical body, the little golden person, or the all-life source energy cauldron, they all swallowed and swallowed the sea of lightning. The power of a saint was vast, covering the sky and covering the earth. If one didn't become a saint, he would still be a speck of dust. Once this threshold was crossed, there would be a qualitative transformation, and he would step onto a heavenly ladder, realizing the sublimation of life. In a sense, saints and non-saints were two different kinds of life forms. Unless it was someone at the level of an imperial prince, or an outstanding figure throughout the ages, they would be able to experience the elegance of this domain at the non-saint realm. Obviously, the tribulation of a saint wasn't so simple. The lightning was no longer that terrifying, but an even greater threat was about to descend. Yi Fan's black hair draped over his shoulders. His slender and strong physique was naked. His cold eyes were like lightning, and he looked towards the sky like a demonic god. Sure enough, his guess was right. The young great emperor had appeared. In this place, in this ancient starry domain, an ancient great emperor had appeared before. That kind of aura had already filled the air, and it had long foretold this result. A tall and well-built young man appeared, descending from the sea of lightning. His hair was thick, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. He naturally exuded an aura of supremacy in the universe. It was just one person, but he caused the entire sky to fall silent. The lightning was clearly still there, and the lightning was still interweaving. However, the moment this person appeared, it was as if the world had stopped. Other than this person's blurry face, the profoundness of his eyes, the jet-black hair, and the flickering luster of his body were all clearly visible. Compared to the time when he slashed the Tao 3 times, the young great emperor this time was even more realistic. This was the true form of a young great emperor who had become a saint in his golden years. Yi Fan stood unmoving like a boulder. He also had the aura of an abyss.
He faced this young great emperor coldly. He wanted to fight a great battle against this young great emperor. It was also because he had seen a more realistic body that his heart was greatly moved. Every great emperor was invincible, and they were the best of their level. They were invincible. Yi Fan had become a saint. He was full of confidence, but he wasn't conceited. Especially after seeing the true form of a young great emperor, he became even more calm. Who is this person? An ancient star domain, a great star that has transformed into the Tao, and he even mentioned ancient heaven. Could it be that he is a great emperor related to the celestial court? Yi Fan's expression was shaken. Only one great emperor? This person came from the primal chaos. After descending, he was incomparably domineering. He punched out with overflowing divine might. His head of black hair was in a mess, dancing in the wind. For an early-stage saint, this power was world-shattering. Yi Fan didn't feel fear. Instead, his blood was boiling. To be able to fight against an ancient great emperor when he was young, at the same level, what regrets would there be? Boom! Without any hesitation, Yi Fan immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to meet this young great emperor's attack. He fought force with force, meeting force with force. He fought against the imposing figure in front of him. A battle between the peak of peerless generation. This was an intense collision that had never been seen since ancient times. A battle between young great emperors. One great emperor. One person. Who exactly was he? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Because at this moment, in the battle between the two, he clearly felt a boundless and invincible fist intent. The other party was also using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Boom! Moments later, the black hair of the person on the other side danced in the wind. Golden blood energy rushed into the sky. It was vast and majestic, exactly the same as his golden blood energy. Chapter 1280. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens from the crown of this person's head, overflowing and tyrannical. This was a type of exceptionally terrifying aura. The golden blood energy scattered the sea of lightning, making the primal chaos explode. This person stood at the pinnacle of the past and present as he stood there, looking down on the heavens. A single person, a great emperor who had just entered the saint realm, displayed this type of divine might. In this cultivation realm, this could be considered world-shattering. Why? Yi Fan said to himself. The person on the other side was just like him. Definitely a human race divine body. The implications were too great, simply unimaginable. It was rumored that there had never been a divine body that became an emperor, so why was there a young supreme being before him? If others were here, they would definitely feel their scalps go numb. This toppled everything they knew, breaking common sense. This was a grand event that had never happened since the ancient times. The person on the other side attacked, his aura unmatched and domineering. His body was tall and sturdy, black hair dancing about chaotically. His eyes were deep, as if millions and millions of stars appeared in his pupils, terrifying beyond compare. This was a confrontation at the peak of their generation, a great battle between 2 divine bodies. They fought power against power, clashing head-on. Golden blood energy scattered the lightning tribulation, their battle making heaven and earth collapse and the stellar domain tremble. They were exceptionally brave, their divine might unstoppable. Every single one of them had a domineering spirit. With a single roar the galaxy moved. Their strong bodies, fluttering black hair, cold eyes, and exuberant golden blood energy could be said to be able to swallow the mountains and rivers. They all brandished the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist, displaying this secret technique to the peak, refining it through battle, even closer to their own Tao. This was a great battle between human race saints at the peak. Roar! Yi Fan's fist smashed apart a meteor. Golden fist force overflowed into the heavens, traveling 30,000 li, making the cosmos around him tremble violently, as if it was going to collapse. On the other side, the tall and slender imposing young supreme being didn't feel any fear, similarly retaliating with the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist, shattering the void. Golden blood energy surged, turning the small star in front of him into powder. This was a battle between young supreme beings, every single strike powerful to an unimaginable level. Every single move contained a myriad of variations and numerous Tao arts. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause one's body and soul to be annihilated, and it was extremely intense. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was an extremely powerful and invincible fist intent. It required an indomitable courage to press forward. In one's heart, oneself was the only sovereign. This was the foundation of being invincible in the world. Their movements were large and powerful, their fist force shocking past and present, their unmatched conviction shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Every single fist descended, stars would tremble, terrifying to the extreme. From afar, the golden blood energy drowned out the entire star domain, making the heavenly tribulation no longer dazzling and only serving as a foil. This was an unprecedented and stunning battle, enough to be recorded in the cultivation history of the Great War of the Saints. When the battle reached its climax, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. This person was only using the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist against his enemy and had no other true meanings. How could this be? The reason why Xiao Chen did not change his technique was because he wanted to see who was stronger when using the same secret technique. In the Emperor's Road contest for supremacy, the strong advanced while the weak retreated. Those who believed in invincibility would not avoid it. He's the same as me, even his unmatched fist intent is the same. Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. At first, he thought that it was a saint physique, but now, he revealed a strange expression. He changed his move in an instant, using the battle saint technique to produce a large bell. The bell wave spread far away, shattering a group of meteorites. Rumble! In the boundless sea of lightning, in the depths of the endless primal chaos, a tall and majestic figure descended, blocking the Wuxia bell. A sky-devouring demonic jar appeared above his head, pouring down millions of strands of radiance. The boundless divine might could move the universe. This is... Yi Fan was moved. Could it be that a ruthless person had arrived? However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. This was a young supreme who was using the battle saint technique to oppose him. A second person appeared and fought fiercely with him. The other person temporarily retreated to the side, no longer making a move. Boom! Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Golden lightning pierced through the starry sky. He used the battle saint technique, and an ancient void mirror appeared in front of his brows. It shot out a dazzling immortal light that could illuminate the ages. With a kacha sound, the void collapsed and the sea of lightning retreated. This strike could be said to be unstoppable, its power peerless. For a saint to have such a performance, it could be said to be brilliant. Chang! The person on the other side was neither fast nor slow. An imperial immortal sword rose up behind him, turning into a great dragon. It soared into the sky and hacked apart the past, present, and future. This was the Tai Sovereign sword evolved from the battle saint technique. It was exceptionally sharp and its offensive power was unparalleled. It sliced apart the everlasting. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle saint technique cultivated by this young supreme being had reached perfection, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. They could only be stronger and not weaker. He fought crazily against this person, continuously using heavy blows. He didn't exchange secret techniques and used the battle saint technique to his heart's content, advancing together at the peak of his generation. Rumble! When the battle of life and death reached its peak, the person on the other side was the same as him. Golden blood energy rushed out from his body, piercing through the sun and moon, tyrannical and matchless. Saint physique, another saint physique. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He stopped, and the person on the other side also retreated a few steps. He seriously sized up the two people. How could there be two great emperors with saint physiques? Or could it be that they weren't young great emperors? At this moment, Yi Fan sensed something. His expression was immediately shaken. He didn't say a word and circulated the army formula. Almost at the same time, a third person descended from the depths of the sky. Boom! Yi Fan circulated the army formula to the extreme and attacked forward. The third person made a move to block his path, but the result was the same peerless secret technique. Moreover, this person circulated the army formula to the point of perfection and reached great heights. He used Yi Fan's entire body as a weapon to control his true body. The battle was intense, and the two fought crazily with no thought of personal safety. Yi Fan's harvest was great. In a battle of similar strength and divine techniques, he obtained great enlightenment. At the last moment, this person also rushed out with golden blood energy. Who am I fighting against? Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. At this moment, He didn't hesitate to use another secret technique to fight against the fourth young Saint Physique. This was a difficult battle. Battle after battle, battle after battle, Yifan used every secret technique, and Saint Physiques appeared one after another. Lightning flashed in the starry domain, and battle intent rumbled. The killing intent shook the 9 heavens and rushed down to the 9 underworlds, illuminating the cosmos. Yifan was bathed in blood as he fought. His harvest was great. Every secret technique had a Saint Physique that was evolving and reaching the limit. The benefits this brought him were too great, and it was difficult to estimate.
It was as if there were several dozen of him, each researching a type of secret technique, and then competing against him to verify and raise the true meaning of this Tao to a deeper level.
Am I fighting against myself? Yifan gazed into the sky. After who knew how much time had passed, all of his Tao techniques had been completely displayed.
All around him, strong and sturdy bodies stood tall and upright, each standing in a corner, surrounding him at the center.
Right, it's all me, and not an Emperor Saint Physique, Yifan said to himself.
At this moment, he thought about what heavenly tribulation was, whether or not this world truly had a will, and why this type of thing would happen. The Tao was born from heaven and earth, and the imprints of all types of outstanding individuals were imprinted in the cosmos. He appeared here, and while resisting the heavenly tribulation, he appeared. This wasn't inconceivable. Manifesting according to my will.
Yifan understood some of the truth.
He had an unrivaled conviction in his heart that he was the Supreme One, and this never wavered.
The heavenly tribulation of this starry domain imprinted the most powerful will, and that was why he appeared. He fought a great battle with different versions of himself, evolving every secret technique. This kind of wondrous effect was indescribable, and it allowed him to clearly understand his shortcomings and strengths. In the end, every single Saint Physique dissipated. There were no Tao marks left behind, and they were annihilated like flying ashes. Dong! Yifan ascended into the sky, entering the depths of the Sea of Lightning step by step. Finally, he encountered a terrifying great enemy here. The young figures of the great ancient emperors appeared. 1, 2, 3. No more, no less. A total of 9 figures, all of them incomparably real. Apart from their faces, their thick hair, their imposing bodies, all of them were so real that they each stood in a corner of the world. He finally arrived at this stage. He couldn't avoid it, but Yifan wasn't afraid.
On the contrary, his blood surged, and he had an urge to roar towards the sky. To be able to fight against the young ancient emperors at the same cultivation level, Yifan had no regrets on the path of cultivation. I never thought that so many great emperors would come here. The great battle erupted, and it was even more dangerous than the 3 slashes of the Tao.
The heaven and earth collapsed, ghosts wept and gods howled, and all the lightning tribulations were scattered. Yifan had experienced all of this before, and now that he was facing it again, he was naturally incomparably experienced. His past self and Tao self appeared, and they took turns to fight. Even so, he still narrowly escaped death. As soon as the divine restriction appeared, there were immediately people on the other side who reached the divine restriction and retaliated, causing the sun, moon, and stars to change color. Invincible laws, terrifying Taos, all of them appeared at this moment. This was an ancient starry domain, and many great emperors had come here before. Their Tao marks were recorded by the heaven and earth. Great Emperor Wuxia, Ba, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Yu Hua, all of them had appeared here before. In this battle, Yifan fought until his physical body was shattered, and his primordial spirit was torn into pieces. He narrowly escaped death as he faced the attacks of so many great emperors. The heavens wanted to obliterate him. Since ancient times, no one could fight so many great emperors, not even Venerable Emperor or the Undying Heavenly Emperor. This exceeded the limits of an individual. Every great emperor was invincible, and 2 great emperors had never met before. It was also impossible for one to suppress others alone, because the one being suppressed couldn't become an emperor. In this battle, Yifan narrowly escaped death, and it was impossible for him to suppress 9 great emperors alone. Survival was victory. The first batch of great emperors and ancient emperors disappeared, and the second batch appeared. It was clear that this starry domain used to be extremely glorious, and many great emperors and ancient emperors came here to pay homage, leaving behind indelible Tao marks. In the end, Yifan stood alone in the starry sky. His entire body was covered in blood, and it was unknown just how many times he had been crushed. Even the divine restriction was triggered, but it could only end in such a bloody manner. Every great emperor is invincible. After fighting for a long time, Yi Fan said softly. The more one understood great emperors, the more one would have this feeling. I am also invincible, he said softly, his tone calm. After this battle, his willpower and conviction became even firmer, and it was difficult to waver. Surviving the encirclement of 9 young unrivaled great emperors was a miracle. Chapter 1281. The 9 great emperors had disappeared, but the boundless heavenly tribulation and lightning were still there. They rumbled above and shook the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan stood under the sky and calmed his mind. He then ascended into the sky once more. He knew that the heavenly punishment hadn't ended and that there were still dangers waiting for him to overcome. Kill! A desolate aura assaulted him. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the primordial universe and witnessed a divine battle from the primeval times. Golden spears, armored horses, and shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was in the middle of a vast battlefield. It was as if he had arrived before the primeval times. A magnificent army galloped forward, vast and majestic. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals appeared, and there were also numerous ancient watchtowers and enormous palaces towering amidst the chaotic lightning. The primeval celestial court. These words immediately appeared in his mind. His mind trembled violently as if he had truly returned to that era. Countless humanoid lightning bolts rushed over. Were they the heavenly soldiers and generals of the primeval times? Was this the legendary era? In the distance, there were primal chaos deities that could shatter the sun, moon, and stars with their roars. There were true golden crows that moved unhindered above the 9 heavens, fighting continuously in the heavens. The magnificent scrolls and immortal poems were the true portrayal of the battlefield before him. It was incomparable. Ancient people roared and supreme beings roared furiously. The great battle caused the starry river to collapse. There were numerous grand palaces and towering and majestic heavenly watchtowers. They were majestic as they sat in the sky. Immortal mist was hazy and chaotic energy curled about. The ancient buildings were vast and boundless. Countless people were fighting in front of these heavenly palaces. Everything was formed from lightning and was filled with the aura of the legendary era. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were heavenly soldiers and generals everywhere. This was an incomparable great battle. Yi Fan dragged his exhausted and injured body as he was swept inside to carry out the final campaign. A vermilion bird danced across the 9 heavens, spreading its wings and collapsing the starry river. A soaring serpent pierced through the sky and swept past, causing stars to fall. This was a terrifying scene of destruction. Yi Fan was within it, but he didn't retreat. He pressed forward courageously and slaughtered his way forward. His battle blood was boiling, and he was invincible. He had participated in the great battle in front of the ancient heaven, bathing in the blood of countless people, stepping over countless corpses to find his own path of Tao attainment. The human-shaped lightning, the palace-shaped lightning, all of these were vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. In fact, the sight of an ancient sage's head shattering with a single punch was just as vivid. Yi Fan pondered. Were these all existences that had once appeared in the world? Were they recorded by the world in the form of Tao marks? Were they trying to reveal something to the future generations? He fought his way through, searching for his own path. His heart was filled with the belief that he was unrivaled. He soared into the heavens and dove into the earth, moving unhindered for hundreds of thousands of li. He was the sole ruler, slaughtering his way through the boundless wilderness, unable to find any enemies. This was an intense and tragic battle. He charged through thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses. Yi Fan had just become a saint, but he had already experienced such a great tribulation. This was a great benefit to him in terms of stabilizing his realm. After ascending, he had undergone a precious consolidation. He didn't know how many days and nights had passed. Yi Fan slaughtered until he was completely exhausted. Corpses were everywhere beneath his feet. He charged into the deepest part of the ancient heaven alone. Endless fallen leaves fluttered about, one after another. They were all dyed with blood, carrying a chill and even more a type of desolation. This was the bleak scene outside the central heavenly palace. There wasn't a single soldier standing guard, only deathly stillness and tranquility. There was even more the eternal sorrow of a glorious desolation. Tribulation ashes covered the ground, accumulating into a thick layer. Even though they were all formed from lightning, they seemed so real. It was as if no one had stepped inside for millions of years. Yi Fan's steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the desolate central heavenly palace. He ascended the stairs and entered the spacious palace hall. He was on guard as he looked towards the supreme throne at the center. His heart was immediately shaken. It wasn't empty. There was a hazy figure there. He was sitting alone, as if he had endured the loneliness of the ages. He was indistinct and indistinct. The galaxy of the universe revolved around him. There was a type of aura that could swallow the vast universe, a supreme spirit that had existed since ancient times. Venerable Emperor. Yi Fan stopped. He dragged his injured body and stood in the central heavenly palace, confronting that dim figure. In the central heavenly palace, in this hall, was there going to be an incomparable battle that shocked past and present? Yi Fan made his preparations. If this was a venerable emperor, then he would definitely be extremely powerful. His strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, how could he control the ancient heaven? Yi Fan was going to face another great test of life and death. Yi Fan's expression was calm, his heart calm. He had an unrivaled belief in himself. He had an aura that could swallow everything. No matter who he faced, he could face them calmly. So what if it really was a venerable emperor? He could fight against him. Yi Fan was fearless. He was independent. This was a type of unshakable, invincible will. He dragged his injured body forward, thinking that he would fight with a venerable sovereign. However, the hazy light dissipated, and no strong cultivators appeared. The venerable emperor from the ancient times dispersed with the wind. He was completely blurry and dim. Has he never appeared here before? Yi Fan said to himself, carrying a bit of frustration, disappointment, and even more regret. What did I see foretell? Did a strand of the venerable emperor's incomplete will guard the last celestial court alone? In the end, he was annihilated in the eternal sorrow. I saw it, but I don't know anything. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient cauldron flew out. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. It was the carrier of the way, suppressing the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head. It collided violently. At the same time, it sprinkled down rays of celestial light, attacking him. It's it. The green cauldron. This is it. In the state when it had just become a divine tool. Yi Fan looked at it in shock. The 2 cauldrons collided. The star field collapsed. Some planets were directly shattered. Wherever it swept through, everything was destroyed. In this world of interweaving lightning, even the green cauldron was imitated and appeared. It was truly world-shocking. The 2 cauldrons continuously collided, fighting an intense battle. After a day and night passed, Yi Fan dragged his exhausted body. An ancient cauldron rose and fell above his head as he charged through the ancient heaven. At this moment, all types of irregular scenes appeared, cutting through this part of the universe. Unfortunately, apart from Longma, there was no one else who witnessed it. These were some of the most terrifying astronomical phenomena since ancient times. What 9-star pearl, 10 suns rising, and others. These were all simple irregular scenes. Primal chaos deities roared, star fields destroyed, and other things were too many to count. The chaos pung shook, sweeping through the 3,000 realms, its ferocity overflowing into the heavens. It's over. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, sitting in front of the sea of primal chaos. He threw the cauldron inside, quietly watching it rise and fall. Immediately, all types of thunder sounded. Primal chaos energy shot in all directions. Kung Chong sounds rang out, sweeping towards this cauldron. At the same time, it poured into Yi Fan's body. In the end, the cauldron was refined with chaotic flames, making the patterns on its surface become even more complex and ever-changing. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were going to break through the walls. The deity that was born in the cauldron was chanting the ancient scriptures from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making this cauldron become more and more solid, simple, and majestic. It was as if it was facing a clear sea of stars in the cosmos. In the end, everything scattered. Only Yi Fan stood alone under the starry sky. A cauldron rose and fell above his head, releasing hundreds of millions of strands of starlight and source energy, making him look indistinct and unreal. Yi Fan's tribulation this time took a long time. 40% of immortals became saints,
10 years of expeditions, 10 years of bloody battles, and 10 years of suppression. Today, he broke through to the 3rd level of saints in one go, breaking through 3 levels in succession. If someone was here, they would definitely be petrified. Saints consumed a great deal of energy with every step they took. It was difficult for them to advance even an inch no matter how many years passed. Yet now, there was someone who broke through 3 levels as soon as he became a saint. The lightning vanished. Many of the planets in this star region exploded. Only now did everything calm down. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire area. Yi Fan let out a long roar. A sky-covering silver waterfall cascaded down. Boundless starlight cascaded down, condensing towards him, baptizing his body and replenishing his energy consumption. After becoming a saint, one could travel alone in the cosmos and absorb the energy of the void. Yi Fan's entire body was glowing with radiance. He had the power of the astral river, the moonlight, and other divine energies of the universe. After an entire day and night, he finally stopped. His body flowed with a sparkling luster and his black hair fell like a waterfall. Many divine gates in his body were opened and filled with saint energy. In the center of his brows, a tiny golden figure stepped out. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron instantly shrank and was carried by the tiny golden figure. After that, it flew into his immortal platform and vanished in front of his frontal bone. Everything was perfect. Yi Fan's every movement contained boundless energy. At this moment, he could pluck the stars and capture the moon. This wasn't an illusion. He truly had such power. He had successfully entered the ranks of saints. From now on, he had a qualitative leap. In the distance, Longma's heavenly tribulation had already vanished. However, its transformation hadn't ended and was still ongoing. This caused Yi Fan to feel rather astonished. There was a huge sacred cocoon formed from all sorts of divine chains of order. Other than that, there were also strands of Tao transformation energy entangling there. Longma was wrapped up in the cocoon like a few moons. It revolved around the great star that was constantly intertwining with Tao transformation energy, emitting boundless saint energy. A horse actually learned how to spin a cocoon like a silkworm. This caused people to feel that it was unimaginable. Yi Fan had already become a saint. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Within them, there were the orbits of stars revolving around him and the scenes of star regions being destroyed. They were profound and unfathomable as he stared at the cocoon. He knew that Longma had obtained a great fortune that was rarely seen since ancient times. That great star that had transformed into Tao had intertwined with countless divine chains of order and laws. They wrapped around Longma and allowed it to be reborn. After becoming a saint, its power would be unfathomable. Hong! After a few more days, the large cocoon exploded. Longma's entire body was covered in flames. Sacred flames surged and danced about. The horse galloped through the starry sky, emitting terrifying sounds akin to landslides and tsunamis. "I've broken through!" Ow! Woof roar. It was unknown whether it was a horse, a dragon, or a wolf. All sorts of howls rang out continuously to express the excitement in its heart. "I've broken through 2 levels in succession. This is rarely seen since ancient times. Who can contend against me?" Longma roared. After becoming a saint, its natural disposition was difficult to change, and its frivolous nature was completely revealed. However, after seeing Yi Fan, it was immediately stunned. It couldn't help but cry out, "Is there any justice in this world? This one almost transformed into the Tao and narrowly escaped death to obtain the Tao fruit I have today. I'm actually 1 level lower than you. Let's go back." Yi Fan rose into the air and sat on its back. He held a black golden spear in his hand and shattered the cosmos with a single strike. He entered the archaic Taoist rite. In front of the plaza of the human race's second sacred city, the 12 doors opened one after another. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuoba Yu, Uya Mo, Yu Xian, and the others came out one after another. As for Di Tian's subordinates, the 6 ancient saints all stood coldly in the distance, watching the exit. They had already come out in advance and were quietly waiting here. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Gu Ling, urged the silver sacred wolf to step through the sky and gallop out. Following him was a large group of cultivators who returned to the ancient city one after another. Among them, a young man with a sinister gaze followed a few old men behind him. They all gazed into the distance as if they were waiting for something.
The young man in the middle was precisely Yan Qifeng. He had used the death substitution technique to escape the calamity in the archaic Taoist rite. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, urged the sacred beast Azure Dragon to arrive in an instant. He spoke to Yan Qifeng in a low voice with similarly cold eyes. An hour later, the 12 doors closed, and no one came in or out. Everyone was startled. Yi Fan actually didn't come out. His performance spoke for itself. Could it be that someone as powerful as him had fallen inside? The time has come. Close the Dao Rite. Commander Yu Han ordered. There is still a seated contestant named Yi Fan who hasn't come out. Logically, he shouldn't have fallen inside. Commander should use the Dao mirror to shine immortal light to see if he has fallen or not before making a decision, an old man said. He was an expert under the guide. There's no need. Commander Yu's expression was cold. This, according to the rules, we need to use the Dao realm to check before we can close the exit. Otherwise, if someone doesn't die and is locked in the Dao Rite, the consequences will be unthinkable. If the sacred beast king awakens, those who can't leave in time will most likely die. Close the dojo. Commander Yu Han coldly gave the order. The 12 doors closed with a rumble, sealing the world behind them in nothingness. Dead. In the end, you're dead. If you can't survive, you're nothing. Guancheng laughed coldly. His Dao heart had stabilized. With a kind of indifference, he faced the 12 doors and coldly said, "The winner takes all. If you die here, when the Dao Rite opens again next year, you'll be nothing more than a pile of dung." "What are you saying?" Rui Wei glared at him. "I'm only speaking the cruel truth," Guancheng coldly replied. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. One of the doors collapsed. A man in a mount jumped with divine flames, charging over like a war god, shaking the heavens. What? He came out. Everyone was shocked. That man and mount were surrounded by divine light. They were as brilliant as the sun, blazing like immortal flames. Rumbling sounds rang out as they stepped through the doors, directly charging out. Their divine might was matchless. Yi Fan held a black spear in one hand, galloping over. He was like an immortal king descending into the lower realm, shocking everyone. This was especially the case for Guancheng, who was right in front of him. When he saw this scene, he was even more alarmed. Just now he was still mocking, but now he saw the main character slaughter his way out. His heart was filled with unwillingness, subconsciously raising the bronze dagger axe forward. This was a type of hostility, a type of unwillingness. It was completely an instinctive action. Such a peerless great emperor hadn't died and had come out in such a domineering manner. This left him hateful and helpless. When Yi Fan saw this scene, his spear pierced over. Longma's hooves thundered, shaking everyone's minds. Clang! The bronze dagger axe shattered. Yi Fan rushed over, divine light shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks. Guancheng cried out loudly, unable to block it all. He was pierced through by the spear, dripping with blood. He was lifted up by Yi Fan single-handedly, suspending him in midair. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It was just too fast. From the moment Guancheng revealed his hostility and subconsciously attacked, to when Yi Fan's spear pierced out, everything happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. A peerless spear. Yi Fan flicked his hand, throwing the spear out. It drew out a terrifying trajectory, flying along with Guancheng. With a zhang sound, it landed in front of the great commander Yu Han. Blood splattered in all directions. The black spear trembled, nailing Guancheng to the ground. Blood splashed out, landing on the great commander's feet. The scene was deathly silent. Chapter 1282. The entire place was deathly silent. The spear point was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight as it stabbed into the bluestone ground. The thick and ice-cold spear shaft gently trembled, nailing Guancheng into a pool of blood. Blood flowed along the spear shaft. This scene made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. A wave of coldness rushed from the soles of their feet to their skulls. Blood splashed high into the air, dyeing the bluestone ground red. It even landed on the great commander's clothes, bright red and dazzling. What did this signify? Everyone shivered inwardly. The entire plaza was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one said anything. Everyone looked towards Yi Fan. What did he want to do? This was a type of powerful provocation. The ice-cold spear stabbed into the ground beside the great commander. It was less than 2 feet long and almost pierced through him. At this moment, the black spear shaft was still trembling, cold and dazzling. The bloody scene made everyone shiver. They felt as if they were experiencing it themselves. A wave of coldness spread through their bodies. This was a stunning spear, but it was also a bloody spear. This was a powerful intimidation. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel like they were suffocating. Yi Fan stood on his horse, not moving at all. It was just a single strike, yet he killed an extraordinary trial taker. This made everyone shiver in fear. The scene was deathly silent. Guan Cheng was nailed into a pool of blood, not moving at all. Blood flowed everywhere. Audacious! You dare behave atrociously in the human race's holy city and offend the great commander. Finally, an old soldier shouted, breaking the silence. Only now did everyone recover. They all began to discuss among themselves. Yi Fan was too powerful and incisive. He had just appeared, yet he already did such a thing. Blood splashed over the great commander of the human race's holy city, displaying his martial prowess. This was truly daring. Several old soldiers walked up, holding bronze spears or long swords. They pointed at Yi Fan, revealing biting cold killing intent. Wang! The black spear stabbed into the ground trembled, releasing dazzling light. It left the ground inch by inch, pulling itself out on its own. It left Guan Cheng's body on the ground, blood gushing out. No matter where you come from, no matter what kind of identity you have, using force in the human race's holy city is against the city's rules. It is the same as becoming enemies with all the experts on the human race's ancient road of trials. A soldier shouted. Puff! Suddenly, a bloody light flew up. That black spear was like a black dragon. With a swing, it pierced through that person's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere. He's rebelling, killing people in the city, refusing to obey the restrictions of the starry sky ancient path. He will be viewed as a traitor of the human race. Everyone, attack together and kill him in front of everyone. Everyone will be rewarded. The leader of the soldiers under the great commander shouted. His voice was stern, his voice ringing through half of the ancient city. He placed a huge hat on Yi Fan, saying that his intentions were worthy of death. If such a crime was confirmed, they would be attacked by all the forces in the ancient city. As the commander of the army beside Yu Han, he was naturally not a pushover. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, "Take him down!" Hum! The void collapsed. The black spear shook, collapsing the space in all directions. It swept out, shattering the bronze swords of a row of soldiers, and then it hacked at this captain. Yi Fan's weapon changed automatically. Although it was a long spear, at this time it was like a heavenly sword. The spear tip was sharp and cold, and the blood grooves on it flowed with a terrifying dark red luster. It emitted strange whistling sounds, as if a demon was crying. You dare to resist and become the enemy of the entire human race? This captain roared, his expression ferocious. He called for everyone to charge forward, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The black spear slashed out a blinding bolt of lightning, cutting him in half. The spear point slashed down from his forehead, and a bloody crack extended all the way to his legs. Then with a puff, blood sprayed out several feet. The two halves of his body were separated, and his corpse lay on the ground. The others were splashed with blood, and they all felt a bone-chilling killing intent. They all stopped at the same time. Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Great Commander Yu Han shouted. Yi Fan sat upright on the back of his horse, not moving at all. Only when the several restless soldiers had been eliminated did he coldly say, "What do I want to do? Didn't you see it for yourself? I am eliminating the scum of the human race for this city." The moment I arrived, he immediately put on the label of being the common enemy of the human race. Does he think he is the law, the emperor, the Tao? What are you saying? The group of soldiers behind him roared, all of them surging with killing intent. They stood beside Great Commander Yu Han, quietly waiting for his orders. All of them had unkind expressions. Yi Fan made the first move. The ice-cold spear transformed into a black dragon that danced in the air like lightning. Puff-puff sounds rang out incessantly as it pierced through the soldiers who had just stepped out, causing them to fall into a pool of blood. Even though these people were very strong, and they also tried to counterattack, their weapons were all shattered.
Every one of them had their bodies pierced by the spear, dying a violent death. Stop. Do you really want to become the enemy of the entire human race on the starry ancient road?
Great Commander Yuhan coldly asked. He was actually able to keep his composure and did not attack.
How can killing scum of the human race be considered as becoming the enemy of the entire starry ancient road?
Yi Fan coldly said.
With a wave of his hand, the black spear flew back into his hand.
He immediately held it horizontally, which was even more intimidating.
They are the soldiers of the city, yet they were killed by you for no reason. The envoy will not tolerate you and will personally suppress and kill you.
The great commander shouted.
His voice was like a bolt of lightning, arcing across the sky and rushing in the direction of the city lord manor. Obviously, he wanted to alarm the envoy and have him come out to preside over the situation.
He himself could not see through Yi Fan's depth, so he did not want to act on the spot.
Are they even worthy of being called the soldiers of the human race's holy city?
Yi Fan sneered coldly.
His face was filled with mockery, and there was even a wave of undisguised killing intent.
A soldier righteously shouted, "You unscrupulously killed people in the city, thinking that your achievements are world-shocking.
You need to know that there are many experts in the world, and there will be people who will suppress you.
Moreover, you have no right to slander us."
Did you hear that? Great Commander Yuhan coldly said.
Are you worthy of being called soldiers? You dare to say that you have no right?
Yi Fan pointed his spear forward. Wherever the spear pointed, the expressions of these people changed.
I was just about to ask Great Commander for guidance.
Yi Fan's voice became cold.
I was comprehending the Tao in the archaic Taoist rite, so why was I surrounded and attacked by more than 10 soldiers? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers' expressions changed. The other trial takers were also shocked.
To think that something like this actually happened.
They were even more certain that Yi Fan was going to cause a huge ruckus. I don't understand. Who are these soldiers you speak of? Why did they enter the Taoist rite? Could it be that they were transformed from the demonic beasts?
Great Commander Yuhan calmly said.
I also don't understand. Why are the soldiers not protecting the ancient city, but entering the Taoist rite to kill us trial takers? Yi Fan's expression was cold.
Then he shouted loudly. I don't understand.
Why are these people who surrounded me all standing behind you? His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ancient city. The rumbling sound caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This was a type of Tao shout.
Yi Fan was questioning the Great Commander. The Great Commander waved his hand and said, I think you are mistaken.
These are all my soldiers and they have never left.
They protect the holy city of the human race and have worked hard. Each of them is worthy of respect.
They are all heroes of the human race. Why would they go to the Taoist rite to kill you? Please don't pour dirty water on them. When he said these words, he was full of righteousness and was filled with a kind of majesty. His words resonated with the great Tao and rumbled out. Yi Fan laughed in disdain. This kind of majesty was too cheap. It was so fake that it could no longer be described as vile.
It made people feel the shamelessness of the Great Commander.
What are you laughing at? The holy city of the human race won't tolerate your impudence. Great Commander Yuhan said. However, he still didn't plan on personally taking action. In front of him, more than 10 soldiers were facing a great enemy. They all held their weapons and looked at Yi Fan. They were all prepared to fight to the death. Of course, stalling for time was the best choice. If the guide envoy arrived, the deterrence would be even greater. That old monster had cultivated for so many years. His strength should be extraordinary and no one in the city could match him.
Ha ha!
Yi Fan laughed without the slightest scruple. From the great commander's point of view, this was truly incomparably arrogant. He was mocking them in front of everyone. Your righteousness really makes people fall down from a distance of 10 zhang. Fine, I will kill them one by one in front of you and give you a chance to spread your righteousness, shouted Yi Fan.
Longma roared and turned into a streak of fiery light.
He was inconceivably fast. A streak of scarlet multicolored lightning rushed over.
He stabbed forward with his spear in one hand.
Chang! It was only a single spear, but more than 10 weapons were all shattered. With a pu sound, a person's chest was pierced through. He was lifted into the air and fixed there. Then with a pang sound, this soldier's body split into pieces. Scarlet blood splashed out in all directions.
Some of the blood landed in front of the great commander.
Everyone's expressions changed. It was only a single spear, but it destroyed everyone's weapons and killed one person at the same time. Great Commander Yu Han's expression changed. He could naturally tell that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. He wanted to kill his subordinates one by one in front of him for him to see. It was the same as slapping his mouth in front of everyone. Chi! Yi Fan blasted this person apart. A strand of divine will appeared at the tip of the spear. The scene of this soldier taking action in the archaic Tao right instantly reappeared, revealing the truth. Puh! Yi Fan's spear stabbed out a second time. No matter how these people resisted or dodged, it was still unavoidable. A second person's forehead was pierced through and he was killed in midair. His body was dripping with blood and couldn't move at all. At the same time, a strand of divine will flew out. It also replayed the scene of him taking action in the archaic Tao right and displayed it in front of everyone. Great Commander Yu Han's face was ashen. With a chong sound, a sacred banner rose up behind him. Its might was vast and mighty, swallowing the heavens and earth as it fluttered about. Yi Fan was taking evidence in front of everyone. This was an undisguised humiliation.
The ugly side of the so-called protector of the land was exposed, making it hard for him to say anything.
Meanwhile, these soldiers' faces were all deathly pale. Yi Fan's strength exceeded their expectations. It was just too terrifying. Even though they had more people, they still had no way of controlling him. What else do you have to say? Yi Fan shouted deafeningly. The entire human race's holy city began to shake. Everyone was stupefied.
Then there was an uproar. At this moment, everything indicated that Yi Fan was going to cause a great disturbance in the city and completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuoba Yu, Uya Mo, Yu Xian, and the others' expressions all changed. Everything that happened today exceeded their expectations. None of them could calm down. The second leader of the 13 Heavenly Wasteland Cavalry's expression was even colder. He didn't say a single word as he stood beside Yan Qifeng. Fairy Xianxia and her little maid Yu were also present. Their expressions were calm and without worry as they quietly watched everything. Chang! The great commander took action. The demonic energy of the great banner in his hand overflowed into the heavens. With a light shake, the entire banner covered the sky and enveloped towards Yi Fan. He shouted, "Evildoer, you used a magical technique to deceive everyone. Today, you will be eliminated." Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "Are you desperate? Today I will kill all of you." Chapter 1283. The great commander wore a violet gold crown on his head, a pair of dragon shears on his back, and a golden banner in his hand. His entire body was like an ocean, surging and spreading outwards. He pointed at Yi Fan and coldly said, "You used a magical technique to reveal the so-called truth to deceive everyone. This is incomparably despicable. This kind of trick can't be put on the table, and I can immediately break it after capturing you. Do you think everyone in the world can be bullied? It's already so obvious, yet you are still looking for excuses. Trying to cover up something makes it even more obvious. Shameless." Yi Fan berated. For everyone in the city, this was like heavenly thunder shaking the world. As the great commander, he was one of the few people with the greatest authority in the ancient city apart from the envoy. Normally, who dared to go against him? "Capture this fiend and restore our innocence." The remaining soldiers shouted. All of them gripped their weapons and surged with blood energy. They wanted to fight to the death. They already had no way out. Only by killing Yi Fan would they have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, it would be impossible for today's matter to end peacefully. For people to live as shamelessly as you all can also be considered a type of realm. Don't you all feel guilty when saying these words? Sure enough, all of you are cruel and unscrupulous. Yi Fan coldly said while pointing the spear in his hand forward. You slandered our innocence, and you relied on your divine abilities to produce a so-called divine will to deceive everyone. Only by killing your true body and observing your primordial spirit can we wash away our grievances. What are you all waiting for? Kill. A group of people slaughtered their way forward. Of course, this time, they didn't dare to face them head-on. They laid down an ancient formation with the great commander at the forefront. A golden banner unfurled downwards, overflowing with holy might. The banner's surface covered heaven and earth, containing the sun, moon, and stars.
It was as if a true universe was pressing down from the sky. This was a golden sacred banner, and the materials used made even the great sage envious. It was refined from the divine sand of the starry river. Back then, the great commander Yuhan wanted to use this type of divine material to exchange for the origin of the Tao. This kind of thing was very difficult to collect. Even though the galaxy was endless, it was unknown how many star fields one had to travel through in order to collect one tael of divine sand. This was something condensed from starlight. The golden holy banners fluttered about. They weren't all made of this material. There were other materials as well. Strand after strand of aura seeped out, weighing down to the point where the entire ancient city looked like it was going to collapse. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He raised one arm and grabbed at the flag with his bare hands. He was not afraid of the overwhelming power of the Star River. All of the holy energy was scattered, rolling back in reverse, rushing into the great banner. That was a vast star domain, a boundless world. Inside, all types of auspicious energy surged, multicolored light released in tens of thousands of streaks, as if they were flying immortal radiance, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. Void shackles! The commander shouted. Inside the great banner was a starry world. This was originally forged from the divine sand of the starry river, so it naturally produced this type of wondrous effect, forming a world of its own. It wanted to imprison Yi Fan within the banner. However, no matter how many divine abilities there were and how many Tao methods there were, Yi Fan only released a fist. All of the magical force, endless Tao methods, and other things were useless, continuously destroyed. The so-called shackles could only make the world inside the banner become still, but it couldn't truly lock Yi Fan in place. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that appeared in this world, valiant and unstoppable. The great commander was shocked. He released a light shout from his mouth, fiercely shaking the great banner. An even more terrifying scene appeared. On the surface of the golden banner, ancient stars appeared one after another, and then they rushed out, slowly revolving, suppressing Yi Fan below, rumbling with noise. Everyone was horrified. Right at this moment, the ancient stars in the sky were boundless, filling the heavens. They were extremely close, within reach. A wave of boundless might appeared in everyone's hearts, difficult to resist. This was the might of the ancient stars that rushed out from the great golden banner. Kacha! Shattering sounds rang through the air. Yi Fan brandished his fist, smashing apart the ancient stars one after another. They exploded in the void, causing the entire great golden banner to tremble, as if it was about to fall apart. The great commander Yuhan's expression changed. He had previously investigated in detail. Before Yi Fan entered the archaic Tao rite, he was only a half-saint, so how could he be so powerful now? He was sure that no one was crossing tribulation in the Tao rite this time, because he controlled a Tao mirror that was born in this space. He could sense the situation inside, and the other party shouldn't have broken through, yet he was so terrifying right now. An intense collision occurred. The great golden banner flashed with lightning and thunder. Tens of thousands of starry rivers poured down, boundless like a waterfall, vigorous like the 9 heavens of the archaic era, shaking everyone until their blood and chi surged. It was as if this place was about to be submerged. This was a type of heaven and earth phenomenon, one that shocked the mind. However, even like this, the sacred banner was unable to obliterate that great hand. One could clearly see the starry rivers shattering in front of Yi Fan's palm, turning into resplendent starry splendor. With a ripping sound, Yi Fan tore off half of the banner. The phenomena that filled the sky disappeared, and peace was restored. The great commander's face alternated between green and white. He held a broken banner in his hand, yet half of it had been torn off by Yi Fan. This was simply unimaginable. A group of shameless bastards. I'll send you all on your way one by one. Yi Fan coldly said. His eyes shone with divine light, and in that instant, he activated the army formula. The great banner in the great commander's hand turned upside down, almost injuring himself. Clang, clang. Behind the great commander, the soldiers that laid down the ancient killing formation all felt their hearts palpitate. They all hacked down with their weapons, causing clanging sounds to ring through the air. With a pu sound, a miserable cry rang out. One of the soldiers' bronze swords cut off his own head, and his origin spirit was also destroyed. The ancient pagoda above the other person's head fell down, smashing his own bones and tendons, turning him into a bloody paste. Dang! The great bell rumbled. An old soldier had long become a saint.
The great bell floating above his head rang out in a drawn-out manner.
The sound waves blasted several people in front of him into a bloody mist, killing them all. Yi Fan's killing intent surged, and he almost instantly wiped out these soldiers. Only 2 people survived, and they were forcefully brought away by the great commander. However, they only died a moment too late. Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the Dao shout.
The 2 people turned into 2 lumps of mud in the hands of the great commander.
Their bones, flesh, and blood melted at the same time. You're acting viciously in the human race's holy city. Are you not afraid that the enforcers of the ancient path will descend and kill you? Great Commander Yu Han shouted.
Why weren't you afraid when you sent these soldiers into the primeval Taoist rite to kill me and plunder the origin of the Tao?
Yi Fan asked. I asked the envoy to take action and suppress this monster. The great commander shouted loudly. His voice was extremely loud, making the walls of the ancient city tremble with wang-wing sounds. At this moment, everyone was full of shock. Yi Fan killed people on the streets, completely wiping out the dozen or so soldiers protecting the city. He even forced the great commander to this step. However, everyone was also shocked. Things developed to this point, yet the envoy actually didn't show himself. The great commander had no choice but to directly call out and ask for help. Great Commander Yu Han became an ancient saint 2,400 years ago. I never expected that he would fail today. It is rumored that he might have entered the ranks of the 5 immortal saint kings. Could it be that this is false? There were people discussing, all of them emotionally moved. I swear on my honor that what I said is not false. The great commander has almost reached the level of the 5 immortal saint kings. Even if he truly hasn't reached it yet, he still has 1 foot in. Everyone was moved. How powerful was Yi Fan? To be able to fight against a great commander of this cultivation realm and force him back, it was truly terrifying. Murder. The cultivator named Yi Fan has rebelled. Everyone, let's kill him together. I ask the envoy to take action and suppress him. Someone secretly shouted, trying to incite everyone. Yi Fan's cold eyes were like lightning. He suddenly turned around, passing through the wall of people. The endless sun, moon, and stars rose and fell within his eyes. They were deep and boundless, instantly penetrating through everything. 6 figures stood side by side, hidden within the sea of people. However, how could they avoid Yi Fan's spiritual senses? They were precisely Di Tian's 6 subordinates. These 6 weren't humans. They had previously entered the archaic Tao rite to surround and kill Yi Fan, wishing to seize his Tao origin. They were all incomparably arrogant, their words insolent. They believed that he couldn't verify the Tao and should follow at Di Tian's side. Right now, they were taking advantage of the chaos to stir things up. A cold snort sounded, shaking everyone's hearts. The envoy had come out of isolation. With so many people calling out for him, it would be inexcusable if he still didn't appear. However, from his slow movements, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with the great commander and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have watched as more than 10 soldiers were killed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The envoy was powerful after all. He was definitely at the peak of Immortal 5, at the peak of the Saint King, about to enter the ranks of Immortal 6 Great Sage. He was on the same level as Big Dipper's 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, and others. When the envoy arrives, let's see how you act viciously. Great Commander Yu Han said, pretending to be calm. With a swing of his sleeves, he turned around to leave. Did I say you could leave? Yi Fan said. He took a step out, blocking his path. Everyone was shocked. The envoy was about to appear, yet he still dared to act like this. He was truly reckless. A dragon cry sounded. The dragon shears on Great Commander Yu Han's back flew out, turning into an expanse of blazing immortal light. A true dragon and a flood dragon interweaved, cutting towards him murderously. Yi Fan reached out his hand, and with a pung sound, directly grabbed the resplendent Dao shears. He wanted to subdue it, but the deity in the Dao weapon didn't obey. His hands exerted force, and with a cautious sound, this divine artifact was forcibly broken, unable to injure his flesh in the slightest. Everyone was stupefied. Just how terrifying was his physical body to be able to produce such a scene? Then the space between Yi Fan's brows flashed, and a small cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, releasing strand after strand of source energy. The stars moved, arriving above the great commander's head in an instant. He activated the cauldron, not to stop the dragon shears, but to suppress and kill the enemy. He feared that something unexpected would happen, allowing Yuhan to escape. Honglong! The heavens fell and the earth split apart. 10,000 astral daos flowed down from the myriad chi cauldron, millions and millions of strands of source energy. Inside was a cosmic sea of stars, and there was even a vermilion bird attacking the 3,000 realms, primal chaos deities roaring, and other things. It immediately sucked Yuhan inside. The starry sea within the cauldron surged. With a light tremble, it turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron rushed downwards, and a clump of tribulation ash drifted down. Great Commander Yuhan actually died, turning into a pile of dust. Even if Great Commander Yuhan didn't become a Saint King, he was close to it, yet he died just like that. Just how powerful is this cultivator named Yi Fan? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Needless to say, from today onwards, everyone knew that among this batch of trial takers in the city, there was most likely no one who could contend against Yi Fan. The myriad chi cauldron flew back. Source energy descended, and 10,000 spirits appeared. Streams of astral daos protected Yi Fan below. He rose into the air, walking through the void, directly chasing in a certain direction. There were 6 figures there, and all of their expressions changed. They didn't want to be discovered, so they immediately crossed the void. At the same time, Fairy Xianxia appeared, wanting to block Yi Fan's path. Boom! The myriad chi cauldron flew out, smashing forward. The void collapsed, and 2 people were blasted out. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and the descending source energy broke their bones. With a loud cry, they turned into 2 blasts of bloody mist. Chapter 1284. Everyone was alarmed. The power of this cauldron was too great. Just the strands of source chi it released were enough to crush 2 saints. How majestic was this ancient cauldron! This is the source chi of all things. It's an immortal material that even ancient emperors would find difficult to obtain. He actually forged it into a cauldron. It's said that 200,000 years ago, a stunning woman obtained this item but didn't have the time to forge it. Could it have fallen into his hands in the end? The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. On it, there were the sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, flowers, birds, fish, insects, vermilion birds, ancient people. All kinds of creatures existed, vivid and lifelike. Primal chaos pervaded the air, shocking everyone. Such a cauldron affected everyone's heart, especially the trial takers who walked the ancient path. They were extremely confident in themselves, so they were naturally moved when they saw a Dao weapon that only ancient emperors could possess. But who dared to go forward now? Yi Fan had even killed the commander of the human race's second sacred city. This was a madman who didn't care about anything. No one dared to go forward to snatch the cauldron. In a sense, the illustrious reputation was earned through fighting. Do you want to take action for them? Yi Fan held the dark golden spear in his hand. Above his head floated the source chi cauldron. Tens of thousands of strands of holy radiance surged violently. It wasn't easy for these people to become saints. I don't know why Brother Yi wants to take their lives, so I came to ask, said Fairy Xianxia. Her steps were light and graceful like a fairy. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes contained an indescribable spirituality. They aren't trial takers, nor are they humans, but they enter the primordial Taoist rite to kill me. Is this reason enough? Asked Yi Fan. Everyone gasped. 6 ancient saints entered the rite together, but Yi Fan was able to avoid their attacks. Just this point alone was enough for him to walk proudly on the ancient path. The 6 of them weren't humans. Needless to say, they were definitely let in by the commander Yuhan. The other trial takers felt a lingering fear. If these people targeted them, would they be able to escape? At this moment, everyone was biased towards Yi Fan because the commander had seriously broken the rules. There's actually such a thing. Fairy Xianxia frowned and sighed. Like a fairy, she retreated to the side. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like ice and jade. Her skin was as white as jade, and her beautiful eyes carried a type of quick-wittedness. Her hair was like silk, and she was beautiful and dazzling. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone had no choice but to admit that this woman's bearing was extraordinary, ethereal, and otherworldly.
She was like an exiled immortal as her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she possessed an indescribable spiritual charm.
Many people felt regretful. They thought that Fairy Xianxia, who had been known as the top cultivator 20 years ago, would make a move. They didn't think that there would be no conflict.
On the side, the little maid Linger's large eyes roamed about.
Her eyes were clearly black and white, carrying a crafty radiance. She couldn't guess what was going on.
She muttered softly, "How did he become so strong?"
Yi Fan scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the remaining 4. However, they shouldn't have left the city yet. It would be very troublesome to travel through space.
"Let's end it here,"
an aged voice transmitted over.
Only at this moment did the people discover that the envoy had appeared.
It was a blurry figure that stood coldly on the plaza. Beneath his feet was a bloodstain. The great commander and a dozen or so soldiers were all corpses here. The dripping bloodstains were shocking to the eye. The envoy only appeared at this time, and it clearly indicated some problems. As a peak Saint King, the envoy could definitely look down on the entire city. No one would question his prestige.
No matter what, his will couldn't be defied.
What a pity! After cultivating for so many years, he only had 1 foot in the Saint King realm.
In the end, he was blinded by greed, and even after death, he carried a bad name on his back.
The envoy sighed softly and scattered a few pure white flowers. A gentle breeze blew past, and the corpses and bloodstains on the ground all disappeared. No one said anything. Yi Fan was the same. He had used his actions to achieve this step. This was already the most intense protest, and there was no need to say anything more. On the ancient starry path, none of the commanders guarding the training grounds are allowed to have selfish motives. Otherwise, there will be law enforcers suppressing and killing them, said the envoy. In the end, he wasn't able to truly endanger everyone. Let's just let him use his death to apologize for his crimes. I wonder if everyone can accept this? Said the envoy. Everyone naturally wouldn't bicker over this. In reality, they were going to leave soon. Offending an envoy was unwise, and it would only bring unhappiness to themselves. However, the victim, Yi Fan, didn't want things to end like this.
He calmly said, "There are 6 foreign races that actually dared to brazenly enter the archaic Taoist rite to surround and kill me. They are still in the city, so I ask the envoy to suppress and kill them. The holy city has already been locked down. No one can leave now." After saying this, the envoy disappeared from his original location. It was actually quite abrupt. Many people revealed strange expressions. The envoy's words and actions were quite profound. He didn't personally suppress and kill the foreign races, and instead only said these words. The foreign races entering the human training grounds wasn't a small matter. Even though it was because of Yuhan and he was already dead, how could the 6 foreign races not be punished? It was a bit unjustifiable. However, the envoy also mentioned that the holy city had already been locked down, and no one could leave. This meant that these foreign races couldn't escape. What did this mean? The envoy is a bit apprehensive. A few people quickly came to this conclusion. When everyone spoke softly, they all believed this to be the case. They were all shocked. How could the envoy feel apprehension? What kind of power was this? Yi Fan thought for a bit, and then he suddenly raised his head to look at Fairy Xianxia. Didn't Fairy Xianxia return from the starry sky ancient path ahead and return to this city? Everyone's hearts moved, and they were all shaken. This was indeed the crucial point. Only an outstanding talent like Fairy Xianxia was rewarded with a divine light platform that allowed her to move freely on the ancient path. Weren't these 6 people together with her? Everyone's first impression was the strongest, and they thought that they were together. Now, it seemed like there might be other paths. Sure enough, Fairy Xianxia shook her head and said, "They didn't come together with me." Many people were greatly shaken. There was actually someone who could return freely and bring 6 foreign races into this city. This was a major event, yet no one knew about it. Didn't they return together with Fairy Xianxia? "I once saw them appear in your residence, and I thought they were your retainers," the Feather Immortal said mockingly. According to the rules, unless one started all over again, they couldn't reappear in the trial grounds that they had passed before. Those who could freely go back and forth on the starry sky paths were all extraordinary people, and they had to obtain the divine light platform. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Many people had heard of the name Di Tian,
and their hearts trembled. They immediately thought of him. Could it be that this person had also returned? If anyone finds traces of those foreign races, tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Fan left on Longma, and before he left behind these words. Everyone knew that he wanted to kill the foreign race experts in the city. This was truly domineering. No matter who the 6 people returned with, he would kill them. Yan Qifeng revealed a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. He sat upright on the ancient beast and watched him leave into the distance. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, noticed this expression and said, I really wonder what kind of person has come to the city. Could it be that the Yi surnamed wants to fight with someone who has the divine light platform? Yan Qifeng revealed a mocking expression and said, there are some people he can't afford to provoke. What is there to be arrogant about? One day, I will kill him and avenge my brothers. The third leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said with unforgettable hatred. Of the 13 steeds, only Gu Ling, Yi Wuhuan, and him were left. The 3 leaders were alive, and the others were all dead. In the distance, Yi Fan suddenly turned around. A large bow was drawn, and a bone arrow emitted pure white holy light. It left the bowstring and let out a terrifying sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. Woo! Everyone's expressions changed. No one expected Yi Fan to act like this. He really had no scruples at all. The third leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland did not dodge the arrow at all. More than 10 defensive artifacts were damaged, and he was still shot dead. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, blood splattered everywhere. His entire body exploded, and broken bones and flesh fell everywhere, splashing onto Yan Qifeng's body. If you want to kill me, then come, Yi Fan said coldly. He then urged Longma to leave, leaving behind a majestic and tall figure. This scene made all the heroes shiver, and their guts trembled. A seed rank expert was shot dead on the streets. Yi Fan was truly domineering to the extreme. Isn't he afraid of being suppressed by the city lord? This time, he really violated the city's rules, someone said in bewilderment. The great commander once sent people to the primordial Taoist rite to kill him. This has long since violated the rules. In this city, the envoys and the others all feel guilty and won't be punished. Someone saw through the essence of the problem. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland gritted his teeth. Of the 13, only he and Gu Ling were left. The others were all killed by Yi Fan's men. And now, he had a disagreement with the great commander Gu Ling and had temporarily parted ways. Brother Yen, you were once killed by him in the primordial Taoist rite, and you relied on the death substitution art to escape. Are we just going to let it go like this? Asked the second leader Yi Wuhuan. It's fine if he obediently goes on his way, but if he dares to come over recklessly, he'll definitely be courting death. Even the gods won't be able to save him. Yan Qifeng said coldly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in his residence and meditated for an entire night, comprehending the various differences after becoming a saint. Only on the second day did he open his eyes, and they were even more resplendent than the first rays of dawn. I found them. I saw those foreign race members. It was that brat Rui Wei who found them. They're actually in Yan Qifeng's clan, and they've just moved in. Early in the morning, the feather immortal came. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was lively and energetic, and her appearance was sweet. She blinked her large eyes and ran in to tell him this important news. Rui Wei was at the back, and she forced her way in. Brother Yi, don't go. They clearly have nothing to fear. Even the guide is very apprehensive, which means that their background is great. Don't take the risk. Rui Wei advised. No matter, I'll go take a look. Yi Fan said, not afraid at all. I'll go too. I'll see which blind fool is it and send him on his way with a kick of my hoof. Longma boasted shamelessly. He stood up and struck a pose, looking like a lonely peerless expert. The feather immortal wished for the world to be in chaos. She clapped her hands and said while giggling, all right, let's make a big mess today. I'll go with you and see if that arrogant pretty boy who thinks he can definitely prove his Tao has returned. Chapter 1285. Yi Fan immediately held his spear horizontally and arrived in front of the Yen clan's residence. This was an ancient building that had existed since the ancient times. It was grand and majestic. There were ancient trees all around. Their branches were strong like dragons, covering the sky and covering the earth. The lush greenery made this place seem tranquil and otherworldly. Feather Immortal and Rue Wei naturally came as well. They gazed at this grand and ancient residence together. It occupied a large amount of space and looked like a small city. Brother Yi, let's just forget about it. It's not good to continue like this. Even the envoy feels restraining fear. We definitely can't provoke the other party. Rue Wei advised in a soft voice. What are you scared of? On the ancient starry sky path, everything has to be reasonable. If they dare to act recklessly, then we don't have to follow any rules. Feather Immortal glared at him. Yi Fan knew that Feather Immortal's background wasn't small. According to the exiled fairies maid Ling Er, there was a peerless hero who was related to him. He wasn't easy to provoke. I just happened to see him when I passed by last night. I might have been mistaken. Rue Wei explained. Mistaken? They clearly let you see him on purpose. They wanted you to tell Brother Yi that this is an undisguised provocation. Feather Immortal's voice was sharp and clear. The blue stones on the road were uneven. After being stepped on for many years, the height of the middle of the road was clearly different. This was the baptism of time. There was a majestic stone qilin in front of the residence. The vermilion gate was wide open, allowing one to see everything inside. A servant saw the three of them stop outside and turned around to walk inside. We definitely can't force our way in. Let's find a place to drink a cup of wine first. Perhaps they will come out in a bit, Rue Wei said. He didn't want to stir up trouble out of fear of causing great trouble. That's fine. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to drag the two down. Moreover, he didn't see those foreign races with his own eyes. There were tea houses and wine shops not far away. They found a small stall and sat down. They ordered 3 bowls of spiritual medicine porridge and some flood dragon jerky. The food in the city was all prepared for cultivators. On the ancient starry sky path, there were almost no ordinary foods. If they weren't spiritual medicines, then they would be rare birds and beasts. They all contained rich heaven and earth essence. And now, Yi Fan had shaken up the holy city, even killing the great commander. Many people recognized him, and when they saw him, they all felt reverence. His appearance naturally drew many gazes. Everyone was paying close attention to him, not knowing why he had come here. They could keenly sense that this place would most likely become a place of turmoil. The red sun rose from the east and was already very high up in the sky. There were more and more people on the streets. A few servants stuck their heads out of the main gate of the Yen clan and looked over. Yi Fan stood up. He didn't ride a horse and walked over with large strides. The people in the tea houses and taverns immediately murmured, and many people followed him and stood up. On the street, whether it was the city's natives or the trial takers, all of them made way for Yi Fan. He had established his might in this battle. Someone who dared to kill a city's commander was definitely an overlord that could not be provoked. His fame shook the second holy city of the human race. It was not hard to imagine that if he continued like this, he would most likely leave behind an immortal legend. The people all gave way with reverence in their hearts. Yi Fan directly arrived in front of the Yen clan's residence. In front of him were dozens of white marble steps, appearing dignified and imposing. There were also dozens of beast tying poles. Many people followed behind him, and there was a large empty space in front of the residence. Apart from Yi Fan's group of 3, no one else approached. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to break into the Yen residence? This is the place where the former great commander Yen Yu rests. Even the envoy usually has to give him some face. Could it be that those foreign races are in the Yen residence? Many people revealed strange expressions. This was an important place. Yen Qifeng's ancestor was the former great commander. Although he didn't have much time left and was about to pass away, he was still alive. No one dared to anger him. Who are you people? Why are you standing in front of my Yen residence? A servant stood on the white marble steps and looked down. Unrelated people are not allowed to loiter here. Hearing this, everyone was shaken and even angered. Even if this servant was given a lot of guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. It was obvious that someone had instructed him to do so. You 3, leave quickly. Don't block the road. The servant pointed. Yu Xian's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth. You are just a servant and you dare to give us pointers? This is the main road in the city and not your Yen clan's land. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? It was obvious that this servant had received pointers before. He purposely provoked and said, "This is the Yen clan's road. Of course I can speak. Unrelated people. Leave immediately. Don't block this road." None of the participants who walked on the ancient road of stars were unrelated people. This could be considered a type of humiliation, especially when it came from a servant. Not only did Yi Fan, Yu Xian, and Rui Wei's expressions change, even the others were resentful. They felt that this was extremely harsh. The Yen clan's way of doing things was too savage. Even if it was done on purpose, it was still bullying others intolerably. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was about to take action. Right at this time, Yi Fan saw a figure in the courtyard through the opened vermilion gate. It was precisely one of the foreign races that had tried to kill him in the archaic Dao rite. He had a cold smile on his face as he glanced outwards. Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and ascended the white marble steps. He was about to enter the residence. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Halt! Even an unrelated person like you dares to barge into my Yen residence. Hurry up and stop." This servant shouted loudly. The entire street quieted down. After yesterday's battle, who else dared to speak to Yi Fan like this? They all treated him with incomparable reverence. Even the city's #1 guide couldn't act like this. He was just a servant, yet he dared to speak like this. This Yen clan was too domineering, right? No matter what, they were humiliating others too much. Of course, everyone also understood that this was done on purpose. They wanted to provoke Yi Fan into taking action. Right now, the Yen residence was definitely a tiger's den. Yi Fan ascended several dozen steps. His expression was cold as he walked forward. Rui Wei rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Why lower yourself to the level of a servant? You can't enter the Yen residence. This is a trap set up to lure you into the trap." Yu Xian also rushed over. She clenched her teeth and said, "Hateful, let me do it." She was as agile as an immortal as she walked over gracefully, heading straight for that servant. Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed her. His steps were majestic as he directly arrived at the top of the stairs. He looked down on this servant, almost making him fall weakly onto the ground. "All of you, leave. You are not allowed to cause trouble in the Yen residence. Otherwise you will have to bear the consequences." "Pah!" Yi Fan slapped out, directly smashing this person into pieces. All kinds of broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. After so many years, he had even slaughtered saints when he was in the immortal realm, let alone now. No one could stop him. "Brother Yi, you have to calm down. Don't be rash. They definitely have a peerless expert overseeing things. They have nothing to fear and are waiting for you to come." Boom! Yi Fan's next action was only one. He held the cold and thick black gold spear in one hand and lifted up the entire majestic gate. With a rumble, it shattered in the sky. He directly pierced through the Yen residence and shattered it. Dust flew everywhere. He used his actions to express his determination to the second sacred city of the human race. Yi Fan stood majestically in front of the Yen residence with his black hair draped over his shoulders. Then, he suddenly turned around and faced the heroes on the street. His eyes shot out two beams of cold lightning. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, we are all experts who have stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. We are all rulers of our own regions and we all have the belief that we are undefeatable. But what have we encountered here? Even a servant dares to be so arrogant and humiliate us trial takers. How can we tolerate this? They did not humiliate me alone, but all the trial takers. Was that just directed at me? It was all of you. Do you still have the heart to be undefeatable? Can you tolerate such humiliation?" His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the entire street as he said, "6 outsiders entered the primeval Taoist rite and acted in an unbridled manner. They surrounded and killed the participants and broke the rules. Someone intentionally let them in, yet they are still getting away scot-free today. They were not punished, so we need an explanation. Otherwise, who can guarantee that they will not be assassinated the next time they enter the archaic Taoist rite? Look at what the Yen clan has done. They have openly protected the foreign races and destroyed the fairness of the ancient path of the stars. They have broken the laws and broken the rules. Everyone can see what they did just now. They were provoking and humiliating the dignity of the trial takers. This is intolerable. Is there anyone who dares to charge in with me? We will overturn the Yan clan and wash away this humiliation. Yi Fan roared. The black spear in his hand flickered with a cold metallic luster. He pointed it towards the sky and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. His aura surged like a tsunami. We have been treated unfairly. We were surrounded and killed by the foreign races in the archaic Taoist rite. We need an explanation. Otherwise, more people will break the rules in the future. I believe that if the law enforcers come, they will definitely support us. Today we need an explanation. Let me be the first to attack. I will charge into the Yan clan and destroy this injustice. Someone has to stand up. Yi Fan shouted. He strode forward and charged into the courtyard. The spear in his hand clanked and sharp rays of light tore through the sky. That's right. We need an explanation. If every archaic Taoist rite is like this, one day we will die without even knowing how we died. We need to seek justice. They let the foreign races into the archaic Taoist rite, but in the end, they did not give an explanation. They even got into the Yan clan's mansion. This is the former commander's mansion. What does this mean? If we don't give an explanation, we can't let this go. Many of the trial takers shouted as they followed. At the end of the day, Grand Commander Yu Han had gone too far. As a Dharma protector, he had secretly harmed a cultivator. This caused everyone to tremble in fear. They feared that something like this would happen again in the future. Right now they were not doing this for Yi Fan, but for their own safety. They had to support Yi Fan from behind. Even though many people would not attack, they still followed. Even more people were afraid of chaos and shouted. The natives of the city also joined in. There were too many people who were dissatisfied with the Yan clan. They were usually too arrogant and despotic. They had already aroused public indignation. Kill your way in and ask them why the Yan clan is so daring to protect the foreign races and kill trial takers for no reason. I want to ask the Yan clan, who gave you the right to be so arrogant and humiliate us? What do you want? This place was in complete chaos. Not a single person truly took action. Only Yi Fan was at the front, but the people behind him were shouting. Regardless of whether it was booing or inciting, their voices were extremely loud. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan shouted. He immediately saw two foreign race experts. These two had purposely revealed themselves to provoke Yi Fan and force his way in. But they never thought that something like this would happen. A group of people roared and were incited by Yi Fan. They rushed into the courtyard. The two tore open the void and turned to escape. Woo-woo. A strange howl was heard. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the black spear in his hand. A black light pierced through the sky and with a pft, it pierced through a person. Blood flew everywhere. The spear nailed him in front of a huge palace, dripping with blood. At the same time, Yi Fan drew his bow and shot a white bone arrow. With a pft, the second person was killed. He let out a miserable scream and exploded in the sky. Blood and broken bones rained down. Today, I will demand an explanation from the Yan clan. Yi Fan shouted, his black hair flying in the wind. Let me see who dares to cause trouble in the Yan clan's territory. A dignified voice was heard. Chapter 1286. This one dares to wipe out your Yan clan's important land. A streak of fiery light flickered. Longma's entire body was covered in dazzling scarlet golden scales, as if they were cast from divine gold. Raging flames surged as it stood up. Its two front hooves slammed forward, turning large amounts of ancient buildings into dust. Yi Fan didn't act out, but it expressed its stance first. It took action and wreaked havoc in Yan clan's important land. There were ancient formations protecting this place, but large amounts of buildings were still destroyed. When this old one comes out of isolation, I'll settle things with you all. A dignified voice made the world rumble. Everyone understood that this was definitely Yan clan's old ancestor, Yan Yu. Yan clan, please give us an explanation. Why did you protect the foreign races and allow them to enter the archaic Tao right to kill human trainees? Feather Immortal shouted. Behind her, many people responded and shouted together. This was truly an attempt to force an abdication, stirring up a huge uproar. You started a massacre in the city and already violated the city's rules.
You even dared to barge into private residences and offend my Yen clan. This is an unpardonable crime.
Yan Qifeng shouted.
His face sunk like water as he stood on top of an enormous palace, overlooking everyone.
Compared to your clan, what does it count for?
Yen family has gone against the law, colluding with the foreign races, allowing them to enter archaic Dao right and harm the human race's trainees.
Their schemes are great, and there are secrets that cannot be revealed.
Their crimes deserve to be exterminated,
Yifan said.
His voice was extremely loud, ringing through most of the ancient city.
Yen clan has gone against the law and colluded with the foreign races.
They conspire against the law and should be exterminated.
Many people shouted together, their voices extremely loud. Yan Qifeng's heart jumped.
If these crimes were carried out, Yen clan would definitely be uprooted. He shouted, "You speak irresponsibly and slander my clan.
Today I will execute you." At his side, all types of Dao patterns swirled.
The four elders brought out an enormous and imposing stone pagoda together.
It had a total of 9 floors, and it suppressed towards Yifan.
This was a terrifying magical artifact refined from top-quality materials. Its power was extremely great as it suppressed towards Yifan.
This was a type of forbidden artifact.
The instant it descended, raging holy light blazed, as if it was going to explode the heavens.
Wang!
The space between Yifan's brows trembled, and a cauldron flew out. The sun, moon and stars coiled around it, and the source energy poured down like a waterfall, causing the void in all directions to collapse.
Crack!
The ancient pagoda that was crushing down immediately cracked apart, but it was also quickly burning, about to explode, wishing to seriously injure Yifan, Rui Wei, and the others. The myriad energy cauldron's divine might reached the heavens, and it couldn't be compared to the past. It contained the starry sky of the universe within it, and it was like a boundless large world.
It instantly swallowed the burning ancient pagoda. Everyone was shocked.
A holy artifact was burning in the cauldron, yet it seemed so insignificant, like a blossoming firework, unable to produce any great waves. The myriad chi cauldron flipped over, its mouth facing downwards, and a cloud of tribulation ashes sprinkled out.
A powerful forbidden weapon was turned into dust just like that, completely obliterated.
Clang clang. All life source energy trembled, suspended in the air, unexpectedly sweeping down 10,000 streaks of primal chaos sword radiance, releasing zhang sounds, shocking everyone.
This was an unmatched Dao artifact after all.
It had just turned into a holy weapon, yet it was already so stunning.
Chaotic energy swirled around it.
Strands of radiance scattered down from this weapon, terrifying to the extreme.
Ah!
In the distance, the four elders at Yan Qifeng's side cried out miserably. They were hacked into bloody mists by the chaotic sword energy, their bodies and spirits extinguished. The enormous palace that was densely covered in ancient holy-level formations was flattened by the sword energy. One of Yan Qifeng's arms was hacked off, dripping with blood. He was saved by a gray-clothed elder, avoiding this disaster.
You all are too impudent, daring to behave atrociously in my Yen clan's important land.
The gray-clothed elder's face was frosty as he roared loudly. Strands of holy energy pervaded the air from his body.
There was no need to announce his name. Many people knew that this was the previous great commander Yan Yu.
He had retired for many years, but now, his strength was unfathomable.
His complexion was rosy, and his hair and beard were all white.
His body wasn't withered, and it didn't seem like his lifespan was at its end. There was still a wave of essence energy that didn't match the rumors. His reputation in this city was illustrious, immediately making many people's expressions become sluggish.
They temporarily calmed down.
He had accumulated prestige for a long time, making people feel fear.
Great Commander Yan, I only want to ask you one thing. What is the punishment for harboring a foreign race?
Yifan stood out and shouted loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the ancient city.
That's right.
Great Commander Yan, please answer. You are a protector, yet there are foreign races in your residence. They had once surrounded and killed a trial taker. We wish for Great Commander Yan to give us an explanation.
The others also shouted. Some people in the residence frowned.
They never thought that things would develop to this stage. They originally wanted to lure Yifan in and just kill him, but they never thought that he would incite the indignation of the people.
We can't kill the people's will. Great Commander, please give us an explanation. Yi Fan said. Do you all know what you are doing? The Great Commander swept his gaze over everyone. When his eyes opened and closed, a peerlessly sharp light could be seen, intimidating people's souls. Great Commander, do you know what you are doing? Yi Fan shouted. The foreign races intruded into the archaic Taoist rite, and it was all Yuhan's doing. What does it have to do with me? There is another reason for them to appear in my residence. You all don't understand, the previous Great Commander Xianxia said. Then, Great Commander, please explain to us why these foreign races have become your honored guests. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. That's right. Why are these foreign races murderers still at large and have become Great Commander's honored guests? Please give us a clear explanation. The group of people forced him to abdicate. Now, the crowd was filled with anger. There were many streets in the city, and a large number of people rushed over. They all heard the news and joined in. They shouted together, interrogating the Yen clan. How to deal with these foreign races isn't something you all should meddle in. The people guarding the city will take care of it. However, you all gathered together and caused a ruckus. This is extremely bad. Xianxia said with a sunken face. Wuxia said, I want to ask Great Commander, how do you want the people guarding the city to take care of this? Is it someone like Yuhan, or is it you? Why didn't I see them being dealt with? Instead, they became your honored guests. In addition, this ruckus wasn't something we wanted. There was a reason for this, or else why did you come here? You are too far away from us and don't know our pain. Impudent, Xianxia said with a gloomy face. There are some things you can't talk about. This is the enforcer's business and has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head and the dark golden long spear in his hand. He took a big step forward and said, Then I want to ask Great Commander, will the enforcer really come from the depths of the ancient path of the stars for this matter? Yan Qifeng, who was beside the Great Commander, revealed an imperceptible cold smile. It seemed somewhat cruel, but it quickly disappeared. Yi Fan was startled and felt that something wasn't right. Don't worry, the enforcer will take care of this matter. Great Commander Xianxia said coldly. When will he arrive? Rue Wei asked. Great Commander Xianxia said loudly. The enforcer has arrived for this matter. He is in my residence. Now, you all should understand why the foreign races appeared here. It is because the enforcer wants to deal with them. Everyone was dumbfounded. The enforcer was a group of people with extremely high status on the ancient path of the stars. They were rarely seen on normal days. Who would have thought that they would actually come to the Yen residence? The scene immediately quieted down. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. A cold light flashed in his eyes and waves of killing intent surged. At this moment, he thought of many things. The Yen clan was indeed vicious and terrifying. They actually prepared such a killing trap for him. There was a law enforcement officer here. If he had barged in alone and killed him silently, it wouldn't have caused any ripples. Even if he died, he would die in vain. If the enforcer made his move, who could say anything? This was promoting righteousness. Yi Fan didn't come in alone. Instead, he brought along all the heroes. A group of people forced the Yen clan to abdicate. This was beyond the Yen clan's expectations. Therefore, the killing trap couldn't be used. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yen clan couldn't splash dirty water on him. They couldn't pin a big hat on him. The enforcer couldn't act brazenly. It was obvious that the Feather Immortal had quickly figured out the severity of the situation. His face immediately became cold as he said, The Yen clan is so vicious. They colluded with each other. But in the end, they didn't get what they wanted. Where is the enforcer? How are we going to deal with the remaining two? Someone asked. The crowd's restlessness slowly calmed down. They revered the enforcer and didn't dare to push too far. However, they didn't want to retreat just like this. I am here. I will naturally deal with this impartially. The enforcer appeared. His voice was very young and slightly feminine. There was a bit of arrogance in his calm manner. He strolled through the void, step by step. His entire body was covered in silver divine clothes. It was brilliant and dazzling. The helmet even covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. This was divine clothes forged from Daluo silver essence.
This was the exclusive divine clothes of the enforcer. It was actually a Saint King-level battle armor. The silver light was brilliant and flickered with life. A wave of profound mysteries of the great Tao flowed through it. It was extremely extraordinary. Many people were speechless. The enforcer had already appeared. Who still dared to continue questioning? They were all afraid that they would bring disaster upon themselves and cause trouble on the ancient starry sky path in the future.
May I ask how the enforcer will deal with the remaining two? Yi Fan spoke. His tone didn't change, and he didn't cower. At this moment, the two were standing behind the enforcer. They didn't move at all, and there wasn't a trace of expression on their faces. I will bring them along and interrogate them in detail, the enforcer said. His entire body flickered with silver light. The Daluo silver essence forged a complete set of Saint King battle armor. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was almost like a dream. At this point, he slightly paused. His voice was gentle as he said, I was just looking for you. This matter started because of you, so I also want to ask you to go along and cooperate with the investigation. Walala! A resplendent divine chain made of Daluo silver essence appeared in his hand. It shook forward and actually wanted to lock Yi Fan up. Yi Fan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't expect